Legendary mountain man Joe Meek is on the ride of his life. His wife, Mountain Lamb, has been captured by Crow warriors.
Whoa.
And he alone can save her.
What are you doing in Crow territory?
If you let me go, I will leave your territory.
And the white men?
My husband. He is the leader. He will listen to me.
White men. They will not listen!
Meek is outnumbered, and his fellow trappers are far behind. But if he doesn't act now, he could lose Mountain Lamb forever. Virginia native Joe Meek seeks adventure in the far west at a young age and quickly becomes one of the most accomplished trappers on the frontier.
Joe Meek wasn't crazy about school. He wanted to be on the frontier. He wanted to go to the mountains. When he gets to the Rockies in 1829, he just takes to that lifestyle. He's got some leadership ability. People are drawn to him.
In just a few years, he's climbed the ranks of mountain men. He's become successful. In some cases, he surpasses mountain men who have been working longer than he's even been alive.
One of the most notable aspects of Meek's personality was his sense of humor. He had a quick wit and was always at the ready with a tall tale.
And I'm telling you, my stomach was downright eating itself. So I stuck my hands into an anthill, and I waited until those boogers crawled up all the way to my elbows. And then I licked them all. It's true, it's true.
But there's more to him than that. He's also as bold, as daring, as adventurous as any of the mountain men.
This made Joe Meek a great guy to be with out in the wilderness. You knew he was going to tell you a great story, and if it only got tough, we wouldn't leave you behind.
As 1832 comes to an end, Joe Meek has been in the West for 3 years.
Joe Meek started in the fur trade at the very bottom. By this time, he's graduated to being a high-status employee of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company.
See any game? Nothing worth shooting at.
Cold weather has put a halt to trapping for the brigade led by Meek's friend, Milton Sublette.
Milton Sublette was one of 5 partners in the Rocky Mountain Fur Company. Even though Milton was one of the bosses, he and Joe were very close. They had spent a lot of time together. They had been through some pretty harrowing experiences together, and there was a bond there.
But if they're going to survive the coming winter, some tough decisions have to be made.
We had a good summer. Just about hunted this whole area out. Whole camp's got to move soon. If we stay here, you starve before winter's barely started.
I know it. I ain't seen as much as a single deer in a week.
Over-trapping and over-hunting have cleaned out the game in the area.
In the past decade, the Rocky Mountain fur trade has gotten increasingly competitive. The fallout from that competition is that the beaver streams are starting to be trapped out.
When you remove the beaver from the ecosystem, the rest of it collapses in its wake. For Milton Sublette, that lack of beaver was also one of the primary reasons he had to think on his feet and relocate his winter quarters to an area that was more bountiful.
But a full camp move is easier said than done.
Are you all right?
Old bullet wound I took down in Gila. Just stiff as all.
Milton Sublette had been wounded in 1826, and that wound had never properly healed. and it caused him an increasingly difficult limp.
Sublette doesn't just have his men to think of, but also his family.
Mountain Lamb was Milt Sublette's wife. She was well known in the mountains for a winning personality, for her incredible beauty. She could hold her own in the mountains against a really tough crew, and established herself as a real force amongst the mountain men.
We got stray horses grazing to the north. The camp's ready to move. You think you can round them up? Meet up with us in about a day's time? Can't afford to lose them.
You can count on me, Milt. That's good coffee.
Milton picks Joe because he knows he can rely on him. You want to make sure that things are going to go as smooth as possible, especially in the middle of winter when you don't have a lot of room for error.
As cold weather approaches, the camp sets out on the treacherous journey.
How's that leg, Milt?
It's gonna take a lot more than an old war wound to slow me down, Joe. Me and Tom will ride on ahead. Make sure our friends at Hudson Bay haven't staked out the best grounds. The rest will follow. You all right to work alone?
Prefer it, actually.
I'm too young to be such a lonesome old soul, Joe. You and the baby stay with the others. I don't like the looks of this weather.
Don't worry about us.
Let's do it. Come on.
Whenever Sublette decides to move winter quarters, it's incredibly risky because you're moving at a time when the weather is terrible and unforgiving. You have to move supplies and men, and you could be vulnerable to attack from the outside, as well as simply succumbing to the elements. It's a very precarious situation.
Sublette leads his brigade southwest to a new camp on the Portneuf River. But as promised, Meek stays behind alone to corral the stray horses and follow the camp a day later.
Oh. If we don't keep moving, we're as good as dead. Come on.
January, Idaho Snake River country, we're talking just horrible, wicked weather.
But as the day goes on, the weather only gets worse, and Meek is shocked to see another lone figure on the trail.
Hey! Hey!
In the vicious winter squall, Mountain Lamb and her baby became separated from Milt Sublette's group.
My baby, so cold.
She's very cold. She's freezing. You know, it's snowing out. It's probably well below zero.
Getting caught out in the elements in the middle of winter in the Rocky Mountains was about as dangerous a situation as a person could be in. It will kill you quick.
Now, Mountain Lamb's survival rests entirely in Joe Meek's hands.
My baby is so cold.
When Joe Meek came upon Mountain Lamb and her child exposed to the elements, they were in real danger of dying. And Joe didn't hesitate.
Take my horse. It's sure-footed and fast.
But your coat, you'll die without it.
It's for the baby.
Now, this moment speaks to his bravery, his heroism, also his great fundamental humanity. That sight of a mother and child dying is something he simply can't countenance.
He was the kind of person who would literally give you the shirt off of his back if you needed it more than he did.
Now get moving. And don't you stop till you hear the crackle of campfire.
Hey, Joe.
Don't worry about me, just get going.
Meek sends Mountain Lamb ahead to catch the brigade as fast as possible.
I'll be fine. Hardly. I can't stay here all night.
But he has to remain with the invaluable horse herd.
As gallant as the gesture was in giving Mountain Lamb his jacket and basically his only protection from the elements, it left him in dire circumstances.
As night falls, the temperature plummets.
Come on. Come on, Joe.
And Meek may have saved Mountain Lamb's life, only to lose his own. On a freezing winter night, trapper Joe Meek has given up his coat to protect his best friend's wife and child.
Come on, Joe.
But now he is close to succumbing to the deadly cold himself. But at his lowest point, he gets a sign from above.
While Meek is out, borderline dying in a very stressful situation, and he happens to get a glimpse of the Northern Lights. And when you do see the Northern Lights, you're blown away by them. You're inspired.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Come on. Come on.
Seeing the Northern Lights filled him with such wonder that it empowered that love of life and that drive to keep going, and a sense of beauty in the world that he wasn't ready to leave.
Miles away, Mountain Lamb has safely returned to her husband Milton Sublet's camp. But the men are increasingly concerned that Meek is still missing.
Joe isn't one to lose the trail. Something must have happened.
It's my fault he's out there at all. About time we assembled a search party.
Hard to find in all this country.
Whatever it takes, Tom.
Hello, camp.
Joe.
Joe? Joe! We're coming! Come get these horses! Hold on, Joe! I knew you'd make it.
Just as a search party is about to depart, Meek makes it back to camp, nearly frozen, but with the herd of horses intact.
And it says something about his determination, his mental, his intestinal fortitude. That this is the type of thing that men like Meek were able to endure on a much more regular basis than any of us today.
Wait, you know better. We gotta warm up slowly. Let's warm him up slowly here.
When you're hypothermic, what your body's gonna do is it's gonna start restricting blood flow to your extremities.
Come on, buddy, warm up. Okay. Before we get you to that fire.
It's gonna hold blood into the core where it's gonna keep your organs warm. At the expense of your feet, your legs.
Warming up Meek's frozen extremities too fast would be excruciatingly painful. So the trappers rub his arms and legs to get his blood flowing again, until he's finally able to sit by the fire.
Oh, we lost you to the plains. It's good to have you back.
You don't believe what I saw out there, Tom. Dancing suns. Up in the sky. I swear on my life.
Barely back from the dead, boys, and he's already telling tall tales.
You saved the lives of my family, Joe. I'm forever in your debt.
This whole incident where Joe Meek nearly sacrifices himself to save Mountain Lamb shows her who he really is. There were a lot of tough men on the frontier, a lot of strong men, but there weren't a lot of gentlemen at that time. And I think maybe it's the first time that she sees him as a potential protector.
In the years since Meek's winter rescue, his reputation on the frontier has only grown.
By the mid-1830s, he's gained seniority among mountain men. He's a good hunter, he's an experienced fighter, but he possesses something almost more important. He's a very courageous person. He's a very brave individual.
And he's leveled up from company man to independent trapper.
By becoming independent, you need to pay for your own provisions. You need to sell your own pelts. There's more risk, but there's also potentially more reward. That's a gamble that Meek's willing to take.
Come on.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, how you doing, Jake?
Good. Where you been?
The free trappers were the elite. They were beholden to nobody. They could go where they pleased, when they pleased, and they were probably as free as any person has been in American history.
Not too bad, huh?
Here. You might need this.
Thank you.
But Meek's new status isn't the only change in the mountains.
Milt Sublette has been suffering from a long, festering wound. He's in very poor health. And so he sort of cashes in. And he leaves Mountain Lamb and he leaves Meek, and he goes back to St. Louis, where, sadly, he dies of his old injury.
Meek and Mountain Lamb both mourn the loss of Milt Sublette. But the connection that was kindled in the bleak winter blossoms into something more.
Life as a mountain man can be an incredibly solitary one. Joe Meek probably didn't realize how much he missed just the company of a partner until he really met Mountain Lamb.
Get behind it. Okay. Pull your hand back here. Line these up. Now hold steady. Keep your eye on the target and then breathe out. And then when I give the okay.
You were saying?
Nothing at all. Nice shot, my dear.
They were equals in every respect, in personality, in strength, and there could not have been a better union made, and it was because they wanted to be with each other. The fact that she would really want to be with this mountain man, that was different back then.
Mountain Lamb and Joe Meek's relationship was one of the great romances of the Mountain Man era. This was true love, and she proved to be a wonderful wife and a wonderful mother.
But for a mountain man, a quiet life of domestic bliss can only last so long.
Even though Joe Meek is a free trapper, he continues to ride with and work with Jim Bridger and his other companions from the Rocky Mountain Fur Company. That's mostly out of personal loyalty. These people were his friends, and he stuck by them.
Meek's latest expedition takes him to the West Yellowstone area, the home of the Blackfeet, and teams him with one of the most famed frontiersmen of all time, Kit Carson.
Kit Carson, by this point, is one of the most experienced mountain men in the region. And he knows that if you're going to be in Blackfeet country, you better sleep with one eye open.
Meek and Carson have stumbled upon a hunting party employed by Nathaniel Wyeth, who have been ravaged by the Blackfeet.
Nathaniel Wyeth was a New England entrepreneur who had entered the fur trade, but his people were very inexperienced, and he was very inexperienced, and they frequently got themselves into trouble.
It's a wonder Blackfeet haven't finished you off. Best thing that you can do is come back with us to Bridger's camp.
Well, the difference between our Blackfeet and the trappers were being motivated by profit, and our Blackfoot Confederacy was motivated by the indigenous vision. Coordinated harmony, rhythm, and balance with the ecosystem and with the spiritual world, and very much the American fur trappers were at odds with this objective.
Wyeth's men have no food, no guns, and no way to defend themselves. In Blackfeet country, this is a death sentence.
Talk to you. Listen, these men are in no condition to travel. Suppose you stay here. Tom and I will go to Bridger's camp, get horses and provisions. They're in tough shape. That's a fact. Only make the trip more dangerous traveling with weakened men.
Tom. Yeah. Let's go.
Get. Keep your eyes open, Joe. You're in Blackfoot country now.
While Carson stays with the unlucky trappers, Meek and Liggett set out on a supply run to Bridger's camp.
Meek's decision to help Wyeth's group is really a risky one. They go back to get provisions and supplies, which is great. But through Blackfeet country moving so slowly and dividing up your own resources, it's a recipe for disaster.
In Blackfeet country, even a veteran like Joe Meek is vulnerable. And now, it's the rescue party that needs a miracle. On a mission to retrieve food and weapons for a party of trappers attacked by Blackfeet, Mountain Man Joe Meek now finds himself in the crosshairs of one of the most powerful tribes on the frontier.
The Blackfeet were one of the most feared and respected tribes in the American plains. They were skilled horsemen, adept fighters, just all around brave warriors. They took a very hard line when it came to what they saw as an invasion of white settlers.
The Blackfeet dominate a large swath of the Northern Rockies and are determined to defend their territory.
And our Blackfeet were solid, and we were well equipped, and we had to the west the purest, most beautiful water, and we had more buffalo than there are stars in the sky. This was sacred. Our Blackfeet had an added incentive to fight against that which was threatening the sacred.
The Blackfeet people's reputation as bloodthirsty and vicious was already well known, even as Lewis and Clark made their way up the Missouri. That reputation escalated much faster as Blackfeet essentially neutralized the trapping forces that were attempting to encroach on our homelands.
We gotta get back to Carson! We can't hold them off, just the two of us!
Meek's options aren't great in this situation, but he understands that he has a much better chance of survival if he's in a larger group than by himself or in a smaller group.
Meek has only one option:
We're gonna shoot and go.
run and pray he makes it back to camp alive.
Ready?
But back at camp, Kit Carson is about to learn that nowhere is safe.
The Blackfeet people were eager to communicate their disappointment in the trappers' lack of ecological management skills. And when the appropriate respect was not followed with trapping, Blackfeet people met a lot of these trappers with force.
Take cover, boys. Let's move, let's go! Keep your head down!
Carson is absolutely ruthless in his dealings with the Indians, and he understands that the Blackfeet don't respect weakness.
Essentially alone with a trapping party of greenhorns, Carson prepares himself for a fight to the death.
Carson! Blackfeet behind us!
Meek has returned to camp alive, but it may be too late.
Appreciate the accuracy, Kit. How many of them are there?
Hard to tell. More than us. Leave them. Ain't nothing you can do for them anymore.
The fight with the Blackfeet is remarkable in displaying the aspects of the personalities of the mountain men. Kit Carson displays ruthlessness that kind of surprises Joe Meek. Carson has been through a lot, and he really understands that mercy is not viewed as a virtue by anyone in the mountains.
Meek and Carson both know that their odds of survival are slim, and they hunker down for what could be their last fight. For hours, mountain men Joe Meek and Kit Carson had held off an attack by Blackfeet warriors. But as fatigue and exhaustion set in, the Blackfeet's guns fall silent.
Wait. What for?
You really see the difference between Kit Carson and Joe Meek in a circumstance like this. Meek is measured, Meek is calm, Meek is discerning. Carson will fight at the drop of a hat, and he won't stop until the fighting is done. He'll kill everyone if he has to.
Carson's heroism and steely resolve are unquestionable, but it's also the case that at this stage in his career, he often doesn't know when to quit.
Carson, just wait. Something's up.
Sometimes his zeal for battle blinds him to changes in the environment. These are changes that somebody like Joe Meek is able to perceive because he's a cooler customer. He's more level-headed, more inclined, to see if talking or negotiation is a way out of a violent confrontation that could cost everyone involved their lives.
Just when Carson and Meek think they may have to make a final stand, the Blackfeet decide to pull back.
The goal of Blackfeet people at this time was not necessarily to destroy these trappers and traders, but to leave them constantly wary and afraid and nervous and without resources, and to be able to send that message to other trappers that this was not a welcoming place So when the leader made the decision to retreat, it was because the goal was chaos and destruction and fear, and that was accomplished.
I'll give him a proper burial. He died a fighter.
Meek manages to survive what could have been a deadly encounter. But this isn't the last time a hunting trip will pit him against Plains warriors. It turns out his most harrowing adventure is yet to come. Months after his adventure with Kit Carson, Meek organizes a bison hunting party in the Powder River Valley. The group includes his wife, Mountain Lamb.
With any type of hunting and harvesting, especially with bison, women were responsible for cutting up and field dressing that animal, for quickly and safely and cleanly removing the hide, cutting the animal into quarters, and harvesting and packing everything.
Ooh. Right there.
Yeah, it's a nice herd.
Extra feed us for winter. Keep us warm, too.
Go around that backside of the ridge.
I like that.
Meek knows he's encroached on the hunting grounds of the Crow.
Let's go get him.
Go, come on.
But the need for food outweighs the risk.
Go on ahead. I'll be all right.
Mountain Lamb is a very efficient and effective and experienced horsewoman. She's no shrinking violet. When her horse goes up lame, she figures she can handle this circumstance by herself.
But Mountain Lamb's independence separates her from the rest of the party. And soon, she is completely alone. A band of Crow warriors have spotted Mountain Lamb. And they are dead set on punishing the intruders. Joe Meek's wife, Mountain Lamb, has fallen behind their hunting party and into the sights of a band of Crow warriors looking for payback on the buffalo hunters that have come to the Powder River Valley.
Buffalo were central to the economic, cultural, and spiritual life of the Crow people. The Crow have seen how these whites treat the land, and they know what's coming. The animal upon which their entire culture is founded, their entire subsistence depends, is suddenly under the threat of extinction.
Mountain Lamb, being off by herself, separated from the main party, put herself in a very vulnerable position. And when this Crow raiding party see her alone, it's like easy pickings.
But miles away, Meek hasn't yet noticed his wife is missing.
Tom!
Yeah.
Woo! Let's go get our dinner, huh?
Well done.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, where's Mountain Lamb?
When Meek sees that Mountain Lamb is missing, this sends off red flags right away. He knows she would never just get lost or get left behind unless something terrible happened.
Tom, something's not right.
She was on the ridge.
Gather the rest of the men. Tell them to follow me. Come on.
Hey, Meek, wait!
As Joe Meek rushes to find Mountain Lamb, he can only pray he's not too late.
What are you doing in Crow territory? All by yourself.
If you let me go, I will leave your territory.
And the white men?
My husband. He is the leader. He will listen to me.
White men.
They will not listen!
Look at you. Dressed like a white woman.
The Crow recognized the value of who that person was, and that's why they took her.
But you will not fool me, Shoshone.
The taking of Mountain Lamb was the ultimate message sent to the trappers that you're not welcomed here and we'll do whatever it takes to get you to leave.
Come on.
Joe Meek rides as fast as he can to save his wife.
Oh.
And finally, he sees her.
I can only imagine the panic and the fear that Joe Meek feels when Mountain Lamb is taken captive. He spent the last several years of his life really just taking care of himself. Now he has someone to live for. Now he has someone to fight for. And he's not going to give her up that easy.
Where are you, Tom?
The backup that Meek is counting on is nowhere in sight.
Meek knows that if he doesn't do something that he's not accustomed to doing, act quickly, almost impulsively, it's very likely that he'll never see Mountain Lamb again.
Meek prepares for what could be his last ride. He's either going to bring Mountain Lamb home or die trying. With his wife Mountain Lamb captured by Crow warriors and the rest of his men far behind him,
Where are you, Tom?
Joe Meek launches a desperate solo rescue attempt.
Joe Meek charged at the Crow at a full gallop, and they must have been extremely startled to see this wild man bearing down on them.
Alajuela!
As the rider gets closer, it's clear that he's not letting up. He's coming directly for them.
Meek's bold charge initially scatters most of the Crow warriors.
They perceive this as an audacious display of big medicine and begin to immediately rethink whether keeping this captive is going to be worth it.
Are you all right? I'm okay. Take cover. For the bushes, for the bushes.
The surviving Crow regroup for a counterattack.
Here, take that. Well, we're in a bit of a fix, my darling. Here. Nice shot.
Outnumbered by the Crow, Meek's reunion with Mountain Lamb may be short-lived. Until Thomas Liggett and the rescue party finally arrive. What the Crow thought was an easy capture is now anything but. So the survivors beat a hasty retreat.
You all right?
I'm safe.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Never in my life have I seen anything like it. One man charging in on a whole group like that.
He's very brave.
I reckon the Crows don't want to tangle with old Joe Meek again, huh, fellas? Come on, let's go.
In a stunning display of courage, Meek has saved the life of his true love.
The rescue of Mountain Lamb is a classic Joe Meek move. When somebody that he cared about was in danger, he would act, and he would act in the moment. It wasn't even a matter of bravery. It was what needed to be done, and he would always step up to do that.
We should get back to camp.
Not yet. We still have a hunt to finish.
Joe Meek embodied the true values of the frontier, which blended that sense of rugged individualism with a real sense of community.
Good to see you.
He was a lovable guy. He treated his friends well. So it's this personality that we cheer for looking back on it. He was like a cool guy. He would have been a guy you wanted to hang out with.
Nice shot, no!
Joe Meek goes down in history as one of the great mountain men and explorers of the American West. He goes down in history as one of the bravest mountain men in the American frontier, and he plays an important role in the eventual settlement of the American frontier.
For some on the frontier, route forward was a violent one, but Meek was one of the men who was able to transcend that. This is, in some ways, a testament to that American dream of transformation. You can write your own story, and that's what Joe Meek did.
Legendary mountain man Jim Beckwourth has cheated death countless times on the frontier.
We don't have much cover, but they don't either.
But while delivering military dispatches on the Santa Fe Trail during the Mexican War, he's attacked by a Pawnee war party.
Stay down. I'll shoot. You hold the horses. Tether them together.
And it will take a near miracle to escape with his life.
The horses, Isaac. Don't let them get spooked and run off or else we're finished. You understand me? Here. You keep that. Some kills, you do what you gotta do.
Outnumbered and exposed, Jim Beckwourth knows his only chance to survive is to stand his ground and fight. Born into slavery in Virginia, Jim Beckwourth embarks on a westward journey the moment he is granted his freedom, living a life of relentless adventure.
Jim Beckwourth was one of the most experienced and formidable of all the mountain men. In frontier society, the racial attitudes of the East didn't hold sway. Men were judged on their abilities and their accomplishments, and Beckwourth had proven himself countless times.
From the 1820s onward, he's had a very colorful experience. He becomes a member of the Crow, and he fights with the Crow and lives with the Crow for almost a solid decade. So Beckwourth's life is sort of defined by a cycle of almost reinventing himself.
He's constantly looking for adventure, ways to challenge himself. Beckworth always wanted something new.
By 1838, Beckworth has left the Crow and is looking to start the next chapter of his life. So he reinvents himself as a fur trader, working for Andrew Sublette, the founder of Fort Vasquez.
Fort Vasquez was located on the South Platte River, a few miles from present-day Denver. This was an important trade route, making the fort's location ideal as a center of commerce and diplomacy.
I gotta tell you, man, I was cornered. No way to defend myself. Bartender must have took pity on me because he slipped me this great big old Bowie knife. It was 3 against 1, but the tables had surely turned.
He likes to tell stories, and when he tells those stories, he's usually the hero, and a lot of people accused Beckworth of being a liar.
3 big guys coming at me.
That's enough. What's the problem now, Murray? Respectfully, I ain't keen on working with a bunch of rascals and liars. Liars? You know, Jim Beckworth.
Why do I hear someone whispering my name? Might as well say it to my face when I'm sitting right here.
For Pete's sake, Sublette. On top of everything else, he's a crow!
In this dangerous environment, Beckworth had problems that White Mountain men didn't face. People were always going to question his truthfulness and his loyalty. How can this black man, who's been living with the Crow, be absolutely loyal? Can we trust him?
You got one shot. When this blade here is always loaded. You come on. Come on.
Okay. Stop! I will not abide by this. Well, he's the one that started all this.
Now look, I heard all them rumors and stories about him before. And I know them to be false. If I had any questions about his character, Murray, I wouldn't have hired him. And if I knew you like making trouble, I wouldn't have hired you. We all have to work together out here. That goes for everybody. So get squared away. We'll head on back to St. Louis.
Sublette is fully aware of Beckworth's reputation, which is why he hired him.
Andrew was one of 5 Sublette brothers associated with the American fur trade.
Sublette's older brothers, William and Milton, are already legends. Now he's trying to make a name for himself, and Beckworth is key to his plans. Sublette promotes Beckworth to a leadership position, and his first task is to establish contact with local tribes to increase trade.
Beckworth sets out to encourage Plains tribes to move to the Platte River.
Beckworth has the knowledge, not only of the terrain, but he also has the knowledge of the people. And he's the best person to be able to bring those two things together.
Before long, Beckworth locates a Cheyenne village near Laramie Mountain.
Jim Beckworth.
When Beckworth gets to the Cheyenne camp, there's William Bent already there. William Bent had been involved in the fur trade for a long time.
Bent was really good at relationships, at peacemaking between whites and Indians, but also between the tribes themselves. He was very effective at generating income without upsetting a whole lot of people.
Howdy, William.
But in his role as peacemaker,
howdy,
Bent has a stern warning for Beckworth.
To took a big risk coming here, Jim. If they learn you're Crow, you're a dead man.
Suppose we'll soon find out.
Well... Chief Old Bark is a gruff man, but he's open-minded. You'll like him. If you'll allow me to complete my business with him, I'll be happy to make an introduction. I'll even translate for you, Jim.
I'd like to speak for myself.
You're gonna have to trust me on this one, Jim, or else me and you, we're both in hot water.
Fine. You ain't trouble about helping out an old rival, are you, William?
Not at all, Jim. Wait here.
Now, the Cheyenne are traditional enemies of the Crow, whom Beckworth was a member of. So he's taking something of a risk as a Crow who had killed many Cheyenne by riding into Cheyenne territory in the hopes of opening up trade relations.
Hi, Jim. He'll hear you out. What is it you want me to say to him?
Bent's saying, don't tell him you're a Crow. Well, Beckworth says, are you kidding me? That's my best stuff.
Tell him, as a Crow, I've been at war with them a long time. I've killed many of their kin and ridden their horses until they were sore. I've gorged on their buffalo till I couldn't stuff down no more. I come here because I know the Cheyenne are the bravest. And I'm here to be cut down and fed to your dogs so that your people may boast of killing a Crow chief.
Hey, whoa. Jim.
To Bent, Beckworth's plan seems foolish, even suicidal.
You lost your mind, you're not gonna make it out here alive.
Go on. You tell him what I said.
Beckworth is making a risky gamble, and if he loses, he dies.
And I'm here to be cut down and fed to your dogs so that your people may boast of killing a Crow chief.
Fur trader and former Crow war chief Jim Beckworth is trying to establish trade with the Cheyenne.
You lost your mind, you're not gonna make it out here alive.
Go on. You tell him what I said.
But his translator, William Bent, has grave doubts about Beckworth's brazen approach.
Beckworth gambles that an ostentatious display of bravery will endear him to the Cheyenne and open up trading opportunities. But Bent fears that he is going to be precipitating Beckworth's death.
He says they remember you. They know that you have killed many of their warriors, so they know that you are telling the truth. They won't kill you, Jim. They like a great warrior.
Beckworth's gamble pays off, just as he knew it would.
The Cheyenne are going, wow, this guy's cool. Kind of an interesting juxtaposition of bravery and braggadocio, but it worked.
I will trade with you fairly. I will not cheat you. And should you need help with your enemies, my arm is strong.
And we trade. You ride with us.
He vows that the enemy of the Cheyenne will be his enemy, that he will fight alongside his new trading partners should the need arise.
And the combination of that promise and the potential for very real prosperity from trade makes this a natural alliance.
But Beckworth will have to live up to his promise much sooner than he anticipated. While guiding a group of Cheyenne to Fort Vasquez,
Get the cover.
Beckwourth encounters a party of Pawnee warriors.
Adversarial relations between the Cheyenne and the Pawnee actually predate the arrival of Europeans because the two tribes found themselves in competition for resources, especially buffalo hunting grounds.
The Cheyenne were trying to wipe out the Pawnees, and so both tribes consider each other enemies.
Beckwourth has now found himself in the middle of an ancient rivalry. But he has a promise to keep.
For so many tribes, war was about showing how brave you were. To steal an enemy's weapon, to steal an enemy's horse, those kinds of activities were showing how brave you were. When they called it counting coup.
To the Cheyenne around him, when Beckwourth picks up this rifle from a dead Pawnee warrior, it's essentially the same as counting coup.
That gives Beckwourth his credibility with the Cheyenne. He believed in what his word meant to other people because the only thing that he could give someone was his word.
The Pawnee, however, are going to have a long memory and they're going to remember Jim Beckwourth.
But Beckwourth's time working out of Fort Vasquez will be short-lived. His employer, Andrew Sublette, closes up shop, and Beckwourth has to reinvent himself yet again. In 1846, the United States and Mexico go to war. And Beckwourth now has an opportunity to serve his country.
I'm restless, William. I'd fight on the front lines if they had me.
We got plenty of volunteers headed down to Mexico for the front lines, Jim. I just mustered up a big group of them myself. What we do need are men like you, running dispatches to Leavenworth.
The Santa Fe Trail, that's easy work. I can do that run with my eyes closed.
We'll talk to Colonel Price. He's in charge here now. I'm sure he could use you.
I'd be of much more use with a rifle in my hand, William.
I know how you feel, Joe. But this country's changing. Now, any fool with a little nerve can handle a musket. But a man like you, you know the land, you know the trails, and you know the tribes. Imagine what good you could do for your country. Here you go. It goes to Leavenworth as soon as possible.
The U.S. Army needs men like Jim Beckwourth. Beckwourth knows all the trails between St. Louis and California. More importantly, he knows all the people. And so Beckwourth signs on as a dispatch rider.
My good sir.
In the 1840s, there's no telephone, no telegraph, no forms of modern communication. The only way to get information across large distances was to send a letter. And the way to send a letter as expeditiously as possible was to put it in the care of a fast rider.
Beckwourth is running dispatches back and forth between the troops that are in the St. Louis area, the forts that are back there, and Santa Fe. It's about a 900-mile trip, and he can usually make that trip in about 3 weeks.
And this requires incredible endurance, incredible bravery, and also just knowledge of the landscape and knowledge of native peoples, because the Santa Fe Trail is incredibly dangerous.
With increased traffic along the Santa Fe Trail, tribes like the Comanche are feeling the strain on the natural resources they rely on to survive. and they are striking back against those they hold responsible.
Welcome back, Jim.
Thank you, sir. Looking for Lieutenant Love.
You found him? It's Beckworth, right?
Yes, sir.
Stay a while. Rest your weary bones.
Well, my bones are fine. But my horse could use some feed.
Well, we got plenty of that.
I found this on the trail.
That summer, John Love was moving a paymaster from Fort Leavenworth. His men were attacked by the Comanche. It was one of the worst disasters of a pretty disastrous year.
We set up camp once we crossed the Arkansas. Comanche hit us before we knew what was happening. I've taught horseback riding and tactics. I've never seen better riders than them.
Same here.
Ran off most of the animals, and so we had to leave almost every wagon behind. Oh, 6 good men.
I saw the graves.
Honestly, Jim, I don't know how you go down that trail alone.
Working alone. Safer. It'd take an entire army to scare off the Comanche. Same with the pony. Sometimes, one man can do what a whole army can't.
The way he sees it is, if I take troops with me, I'm going to further anger the Comanche or the Pawnee, and I don't want to bring that on myself. So he sets out on horseback by himself. And along the way, he stumbles into a hunting party.
But it's not just any group of hunters. It's the Pawnee. And if they see him, he's as good as dead. Army dispatch rider Jim Beckworth has encountered a small band of Pawnee riders, but he suspects that they are only part of a much larger group. He'll have to be careful.
If it's Pawnee, it's probably going to be a large party. It'll be hundreds of people.
Beckworth is a very brave man, but he's not a stupid one. Beckworth does not want to be caught out on the prairie by himself in a fight that he can't get out of.
Hoping to avoid a fight, Beckworth lays his horse on the ground and tries to keep the animal calm.
The kind of ability, just as a horseman, to get these animals to lay down and to be quiet and to trust you really is pretty remarkable to me. But Beckworth was a man of many talents, and most importantly, he was a survivor.
Beckworth narrowly avoids running afoul of the Pawnee. And makes it to Fort Leavenworth in one piece. After a few days' rest, Beckworth is ready to make the return trip, but his close call is still on his mind.
He's thinking about what that trip back to Santa Fe is going to look like. And now the idea of traveling alone doesn't seem so great.
Dispatcher, sir.
Right over there.
It's Jim Beckworth, right?
That's me.
I've heard some tales about you, sir. My name's Isaac.
I'm fixing to push off for Santa Fe. You got my pouch for me?
Oh, yeah, somewhere. Right here. Santa Fe? Now that sounds like an adventure.
Mm-hmm.
Is somebody riding with you?
Depends. Son, don't they need you around here?
Heck, anybody can do that job. It's not like he's gonna miss me.
Well, I'm looking for more experienced riders to come with. Maybe next time, kid.
Isaac, he doesn't really have a family. He's been hanging around Fort Leavenworth for quite a while.
But unfortunately, he has a disability. He has a club foot, as it's called, and that prevents him from being able to join the Army. And like a lot of young men, Isaac wants to see the frontier. He wants to get out west. But Beckworth doesn't really want to take another greenhorn.
Beckworth admires the young man's spirit, but he's looking for a more seasoned companion on the trail.
Santa Fe, I need a good rider. I wish you could help me.
And he's having a hard time getting anybody that wants to volunteer for that sort of duty, because everyone's heard about the attacks and the trail.
So Beckworth resigns himself to riding solo once again.
Hey, watch where you're going. Decided to go alone after all? If not, sir, I'm ready. Just say the word.
You can ride?
Better than I can walk. Kentucky born and bred, there ain't no finer horse country than that.
Son, you don't need me to tell you how rough it can get out there on a Santa Fe trail.
Cold, then hot, not enough water, Comanche hiding behind every rock. I'm just looking for the opportunity to prove myself, sir. Simple as that.
You got any warmer clothes? A rifle?
No, sir.
But you can shoot.
Dead-eye.
Can you cook? Make coffee?
I reckon. I mean, I'm the best.
Fine. Come with me.
Beckworth kind of takes a shine to him. You know, he says this kid's got a lot of pluck.
He is making this decision based upon what he feels in his gut. The kid gives him this, yes, I want to go. And that alone, I think, is enough for him to say, yes, you know, we're going to make this trip together.
Thank you, sir. I won't let you down, I promise.
Don't thank me yet. One more thing. This has some history with it. Take good care of it, huh?
I will. When do we ride?
When I say so.
Beckworth kind of reluctantly allows Isaac to join him. It beats traveling alone. And at least if they get in a tight spot, maybe Isaac will be helpful.
Ho, ho. Are you ready for this?
Yes, sir.
Let's ride out. Cut.
The greatest asset that Isaac has working in his favor is that he is very happy to be there. He's super enthusiastic.
Here you are, Jim. Fresh cut.
But on the frontier, Enthusiasm can only take you so far, and Isaac still has a lot to learn.
Everything all right?
Young man, I do not believe that you are entirely truthful regarding your abilities as a cook. Suppose bad coffee is still coffee. I'm gonna have to show you the right way.
Several days into their journey, they set up camp near the Arkansas River.
You ever read what's in those?
Nope. Government says deliver 'em. That's what I do.
Jim, I don't understand why we're risking our lives out here if you don't even care what's in that box.
Son, it doesn't matter what I care. People are dependent on us. Lives on the line. It's important work.
But Beckworth and Isaac's lives are on the line as well.
Comanche.
The Comanches were the feared Indians on the plains. They are going to hunt you down to the last man.
So Beckworth and Isaac are in a bad position.
Don't shoot. Don't run. Picked up a little Spanish back in California. Lots of Comanches speak Spanish. I'll talk to them.
Fighting back isn't an option, but they'd also never be able to outrun the expert Comanche horsemen.
Now, Beckworth, he knows he's not going to win today. He knows the only way out of this is to talk to these warriors.
En el camino a Santa Fe.
But poor Isaac, who's never even really been on the frontier by himself in this way. The uncertainty, the not knowing of if you're going to see the next sunrise, he must have been terrified.
Boys, you're gonna be in trouble.
Beckworth has always been able to talk his way out of trouble. But there may be no words that can save Isaac.
What do they want?
They want to kill you. Boys, you're gonna be in trouble.
While running dispatches across the Santa Fe Trail, Jim Beckworth and his companion, Isaac, find themselves at the mercy of a Comanche war party.
What do they want?
They want to kill you.
But there might be one way for Beckworth and Isaac to save themselves.
I told them you were my nephew, so maybe they might spare you. They want you to whip them up some coffee.
Some coffee?
And I think that's a good idea. Only don't show them how much we have.
Of all the resources in the American West, coffee's one of the more amazing ones that are highly sought after by everyone involved. Mexicans, Americans, and natives all want this drink.
Anytime you try to do something with somebody watching over your shoulder, you automatically think, I'm gonna mess this up. And here's all these warriors standing around waiting for their black soup, and poor Isaac, he's working away and doing his best.
Salvation.
Here's Beckworth, former slave from the South. Here's young Isaac, you know, this white kid. And here's the Comanches. And what bonds them? What allows them actually to communicate with each other? A cup of coffee.
I thought we was done for.
You got lucky. It's gonna be cold camps and salt pork for the next few days. Starting the campfires like raising the flag. Gotta keep an eye out for the pony. Kiowa too.
How come they always want to fight so bad?
It's their land. Their lives. Wouldn't you?
So what'd you think of that coffee?
Best I ever had.
Unfortunately for Beckworth and Isaac, Comanches with a taste for coffee are the least of their worries.
Jim, them ain't the Comanches we met earlier, are they?
No. The pony.
Beckworth knows he's probably not going to be able to talk his way out of this one. He's going to have to fight.
Should we run?
Run where? They're better mounted than we are. Can't outrun them now.
For the second time, Beckworth and Isaac are cornered on the Santa Fe Trail. This time by an old adversary, the Pawnee.
Should we run?
Run where? They're better mounted than we are. Can't outrun them now.
While running dispatches on the Santa Fe Trail, Jim Beckworth and his companion Isaac are intercepted by a Pawnee war party.
Head for that ravine yonder. Go.
Yeah.
Further complicating the situation is the terrain.
The Pawnee country, there's not very many like mountains or anything like that. It's pretty much flat.
Looking around, he sees no cover, no protection. He has to be smart about this.
A small ravine offers a slim hope of protection from the Pawnee.
Okay, up that hill. Come on, let's get up the hill.
The only thing he can do is try to lure his attackers into close range and fire his weapon.
We don't have much cover, but they don't either. Hand me a rifle.
Don't you want me to shoot you?
Stay down. I'll shoot. You hold the horses. Tell them together.
Their last-ditch escape maneuver was to jump on the horses and make a run for it. So Beckworth did not want the horses to get away.
The horses, Isaac. Don't let them get spooked and run off or else we're finished. You understand me? You understand me? Keep that. If I'm killed, you do what you gotta do.
Beckworth's only companion is an untested greenhorn, so he'll have to take on the Pawnee single-handedly.
The advantage that Beckworth had was that he had guns. And the gun is going to be able to reach an enemy at a much greater distance when your competition only has bow and arrow or lesser quality firearms.
I'm coming up.
Stay down there. They ain't done yet.
Though Beckworth is armed with 2 Hawken rifles, the best weapon on the frontier, he has to take time to reload between each shot, giving the Pawnee an opportunity to advance.
We're not talking about throwing a bullet in the breech. You know, you got to pour down the powder, run down the ball, use the ramrod, tap it down, and this takes a minute or 2.
Reckon they trying to surround us.
Jim, on the right.
Gotta let them know that they facing the warrior of the Crow Nation.
It wouldn't take too much to overwhelm Beckworth and Isaac, but Beckworth is proving to be sort of a force to be reckoned with.
I can help reload. Horses ain't going nowhere.
Beckworth kept insisting, keep the horses together and keep them with us. If we lose them, we lose everything.
But Isaac has hobbled the horses, ensuring that they can't run off and he can join the fight.
Honest, Jim, I don't see how you're staying so calm. Don't they scare you?
It's a fine men we're facing, son. As brave as any Crow I've ever ridden with. Keep reloading. You ready?
The veteran mountain man and the nervous greenhorn prepare to make a desperate last stand. And they will live or die together. With a group of Pawnee bearing down on them.
Jim, what are we gonna do? They're right there.
Jim Beckworth and his young companion, Isaac, are running out of time.
That's right.
Beckworth recognizes that maybe this is an opportunity to mount up and make a break for it. Beckworth and Isaac get on their horses, they head for the Santa Fe Trail, and they make their escape. And the Pawnee decide there's too much risk in pursuing Beckworth, and they decide to fall back and leave.
Beckworth and Isaac make it back to Santa Fe the worse for wear, but alive. Beckworth has a new story to tell, and Isaac has survived his trial by fire.
Beckworth is very impressed with how Isaac handled himself on the frontier. He kept his cool, and he proved himself to be a good partner for the mission.
Be at Santa Fe by nightfall. You've been a good hand out here. Better than most men with twice the experience.
Well, I'm just glad you took me on. And you saved my life. I won't forget that. After the war, what do you do?
Got a taste for California a while back. Thinking I might just head out that way. It's tough country, son. A man's got to make his own place out here. You do that, you'll be just fine. Yeah.
The war with Mexico is sort of winding down. The United States has defeated Mexico and has gained a massive territory. That massive territory includes California.
Beckworth sees that America's future now lies in California. And Jim Beckworth, the trapper, the Crow chief, the trader, the messenger, will reinvent himself yet again.
Jim Beckworth lives an amazing life. He lives a long life. And he also participated in so many important moments. He's everywhere and he does everything.
Beckworth had so many different skills that were at the right time, at the right place. Not a whole lot of mountain men have seen the Atlantic Ocean, have seen the Gulf of Mexico, have seen the Pacific Ocean, have ridden up and down the Mississippi River.
He spends his whole life seeking that next adventure, seeking that next place for himself, and constantly reinventing himself. And in many ways, he encapsulates the American story in the frontier. The West represents opportunities and cycles of renewal, and it certainly represents those things to Jim Beckworth.
Jim Baker ventures west, seeking the romance of the frontier. Instead, he finds himself in the fight of his young life, commanding a small group of trappers besieged by a huge war party.
All right, let him have it. Fire! Who needs ammo? Me!
But in the heat of battle, Baker makes a devastating discovery. They're almost out of ammunition.
Here they come!
As enemy warriors mount another charge, Baker's next move will mean the difference between life and death.
I'm out! Jim, what do we do?
Jim Baker, often called the Forgotten Mountain Man, is one of the last great heroes of the Western frontier.
He isn't as famous as Jim Bridger, Kit Carson, but still, he is one of the most important of the mountain men in the last waning days of the fur trade.
In his lifetime, Baker was routinely described in superlatives. He was brave. He had nerves of steel. He was calm and cool under pressure. He was a crack shot, maybe the greatest shot in the West.
Like most mountain men, when Baker goes west, he's a total greenhorn. He's never really been tested, he's never really been challenged, but he's gonna find himself in that position really quickly. He's gonna be in a place where he has to make decisions that have life or death consequences, and he's gonna find out what he's really made of in the end.
Eager to see the frontier before it disappears, 19-year-old Jim Baker makes his way to St. Louis, the key jump-off for points west.
Being in St. Louis, he hears stories of adventure and riches that lie just beyond the western horizon. And enamored with these stories, like many other young men, he sets his sights on heading west.
Looking for work, Baker seeks out the legendary trapper and explorer, Jim Bridger.
You got a gun chock full of mud. You can't shoot straight.
When you talk about a person who has been everywhere and done everything in the West, Jim Bridger is easily the first person that comes to mind.
By the late 1830s, he's probably as well known as any living mountain man at that point.
I asked him, what are you gonna do if Indians charge the camp right now? He says,
Mr. Bridger! Mr. Bridger? Oh, Mr. Bridger. I hear you're looking for men.
You're right, young fella. Now just let me finish this yarn. So like I was saying, rifle chock full of mud. You can't shoot straight. I said, what happens if Indians run into the campsite right now?
I'm good with a rifle. Real good. I can handle myself in the wild, and I'm here to join your brigade. That is, if you have me. Sir.
Jim Baker's kind of a conspicuous figure. He's kind of this big country boy. He's got red hair. He sort of stands out. And people recognize maybe something in this young man.
What's your name?
Jim Baker.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Jim Baker. Now, let me finish this yarn, and I'll give you the lowdown on joining the brigade.
Oh, watch out. Oh, almost got your finger.
Bridger offers Baker an 18-month contract. And the new recruit gets a first taste of what he's signing up for.
Excuse me, sir. This paper seems to be written in French, which I can't read. Can you tell me what's this says so I know what I'm signing?
That's French, all right. I don't read French neither. But it makes no difference either way, my boy.
Why is that?
Ever seen a man get scalped? The nice words for it is lifting hair. The most effective method is to take your knife and run it right under here, cut right down to the skull bone.
All right. That's enough, Henry. Every time, it's the same thing. Why'd I even bring you to St. Louis?
Henry Frabe is Jim Bridger's close friend and business partner.
They came up together in the fur trade. They were both among the 100 first enterprising men in Ashley's expedition during the boom years of the fur trade.
Don't listen to my partner here. Paper says that you worked for me for 18 months. Now, pay's not great. You give me everything you hunt, everything you trap, and I try my best to make sure you keep your scalp. Sound fair? Let's get your mark.
For a lot of these men, death was ever present in the West. You know, we talk today about taking it one day at a time, but for them, that was just survival 101. You weren't guaranteed a tomorrow in the mountains.
All right. Looks like we have got a new recruit.
You didn't scare me much.
For Jim Baker, the next 18 months are an education in every aspect of frontier life.
Baker probably couldn't have had a better mentor than Jim Bridger. He's an experienced trapper, an experienced hunter. He's had all manner of encounters and experiences with native people and adventures.
By summer, Bridger's party reaches the Laramie Plains, a traditional hunting ground of the Plains Indians.
No single tribe had dominion over the Laramie Plains in the 19th century. It's crossing grounds for a variety of different tribes: Arapaho, Cheyenne, Sioux, Utes.
All of a sudden, he's right in the middle of a very exotic, different world from what existed east of the Mississippi River.
In no time, Baker comes face to face with the Sioux war party.
And so, hey kids, you wanted adventure? Well, you found it.
Whoa!
Even though the trappers aren't on Sioux land, the warriors consider them trespassers.
What's he saying?
They think we're trespassing.
They are not a Plains people. They're not people that
the other Plains tribes are used to dealing with, and so they are a threat.
They want us to pay a tribute. We ain't gonna pay.
When encountering a party of whites, Sioux and other tribes would often demand tribute, to be given some goods, ponies, blankets, other valuables, in order to safely move along.
Baker admitted that he was more scared than he had ever been in his life.
Friend, greetings.
Bridger hopes to defuse the situation. But Jim Baker's first experience in the West may turn out to be his last. On his first trapping expedition, Jim Baker has encountered a band of Sioux demanding tribute.
Friend, greetings.
And it's up to expedition leader Jim Bridger to prevent the encounter from taking a turn for the worse.
Baker! Yeah? Bring up those pelts from this morning.
The greenhorn Baker couldn't be more impressed with Bridger's skill at talking his way out of serious trouble.
Bridger teaches him that you don't just pull out the weapons and start firing, you sit down and parley with them. These people are people we need to know and trust and get along with.
Bridger says, if this is Sioux country, he must be lost. He knows this land like the back of his hand. He ain't lost.
You won't see our packs, but I'll gift you these pelts as friend.
Bridger had a real gift for asserting himself forcefully, but remaining friendly with most of the native peoples he encountered. With native peoples, to grovel, to show weakness was a definite disadvantage, and Bridger knew that.
Bridger diffuses the situation, and Baker learns a valuable lesson in the ways of the frontier.
If Bridger had been a different sort of frontiersman, if he had been really confrontational, it would have been very easy for this encounter to quickly devolve into a fight, probably one that they would lose. But a little bit of frontier prairie diplomacy goes a long way.
Fact is, we're not in Sioux country. They know that. Now they know that I know that. So the pelts are a gift, not tribute. See?
It's a way to show respect. Same time they come to understand you're not a pushover.
It becomes apparent to Baker, as it had to all the mountain men, that if you're going to survive in the West, that boldness is of the essence.
I want to test you. See what you got in here. You don't show fear, even if there's reason to be afraid.
They want to see if you're as strong as they are. You let them know you are. Simple as that.
First man hit gets the other man's pelts for the day.
During his first trip west, Baker impresses his mentors with his skill as a hunter and marksman.
Where'd you learn to shoot?
Beginner's luck. In just a few months, Jim Bridger comes to recognize Baker as a reliable frontiersman. When his contract with Bridger ends, Jim Baker returns to his home state of Illinois, tougher and wiser. But the excitement of the West has gotten into his blood.
Like a lot of young people that had gone through these experiences and they'd sort of fallen in love with the lifestyle of a free trapper and the frontier, he kind of itched to get back out west.
A year later, Baker heads back out to the Rockies and reunites with Jim Bridger in present-day Wyoming.
He just kept running at me. Would not stop. I put 2 balls in this thing. It's almost on me. It didn't stop.
Rider coming.
Look who it is! Jim Baker, back from the States.
I was visiting some family in Illinois, but missed these mountains, couldn't stay away.
Good to see you, good to see you.
What is all this?
Yeah, New Enterprise. Not a bad spot for a trading post.
Bridger's made camp on the west bank of the Green River, close to a location that he'll later develop into his legendary trading post, Fort Bridger.
Where's Frame? He's out with a few others hunting down the Little Snake River.
That's a fine-looking horse.
Quite the trade. Tin Horn came around here, half starved to death, well mounted. I give him a mule, my old flintlock, 5 pounds of bacon, some pickled eggs. Frame thinks it's too much of a horse for me. What would he know? You stop right there. I said stop. Don't shoot. He's Shoshone.
The Shoshone are friendly to the trappers.
Get that ball out of him. He might live. It's down near Little Snake River when he got jumped. 2 others by the Arapaho. Said there was Sioux down there and Cheyenne.
With enemy tribes banding together to target trappers and their Shoshone allies, Bridger worries that his partner, Henry Frabe, is in their path.
You saddle up the horses. You go down Little Snake, you find Henry. There's trouble coming. I don't like him being out there this long.
Bridger knows Frabe can take care of himself, but when he gets word that there could be dozens or more native warriors from multiple bands descending on Frabe's camp, he has to get that warning out. And he really trusts Baker to deliver that message.
What if he won't come?
You tell him that I said to come running. You hear?
Saddle up.
After a hard 2-day ride, Baker arrives at Henry Frabe's camp on the Little Snake River.
Jim Baker, still got your scalp. Where in the world you come from?
Bridger sent us. Word is Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho banded together. They're on the warpath.
They raided us once already. I expect we'll see them again.
Bridger says you need to come back.
He says that? Well, he's my partner, not my boss.
To Baker's surprise, Frabe is already well aware of the looming threat, and he's not inclined to let himself be pushed around.
Winter will be on before too long. We gotta store up. Trapping's good here. We've seen buffalo to the north. I ain't run from a fight before. I don't plan to start now because a few Arapaho is on the prowl. We'll dig in and stay till our work is done. If they come, we'll be ready.
Among Frabe's men are some Shoshone. By partnering with the trappers, they've made themselves targets as well. Like Frabe, they won't be intimidated, but they know that a fight is coming.
Frabe has no choice but to sort of dig in and prepare for a battle. So he moves his trappers and his Shoshone into an area that they can more easily defend.
A couple more to fill this gap, and I think we got it.
They start piling whatever they can find, packs, supplies, down trees, to try and make some kind of a defensive position.
You know, back east, we used to build forts in the woods as kids. Didn't expect to be making them out here.
A fort like this has saved my life on more than one occasion.
Is that right?
Now, if they attack, they have to come through there, between the river and them trees. And we'll be waiting right here.
The war party will likely attack at greater numbers than any of these trappers have seen before. And Jim Baker's first frontier battle will be a true trial by fire. Greenhorn trapper Jim Baker and brigade leader Henry Frabe are preparing their camp for a possible attack by a massive force of Plains warriors.
Tribes like the Sioux, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho that formerly had fought each other now see that they have a common enemy, and so they're joining together in a united front against this white invasion.
You really think we'll need that?
Fighting holes, you bet. Get nice and low, especially if they get in close.
Looks deep enough to bury a man in.
Ryder, coming in.
I know him. Don't much like him, but we could use another gun. Looks like you had a long ride.
Arapahoes and Sioux killed my partners. Took our horse herd in the bargain. Had to be 40 warriors. Had to ride for my life.
And leave your friends?
What would you do?
How far off was this?
2 days ride along the river?
He's a fool and a coward. But likely he's right about the big war party. If they're coming, we'll need extra meat in case we're forted up a while. You and Billy, see if you can spot that buffalo herd, or at least get a couple of deer. Jim, you be careful now. Keep your eyes peeled. If that fella's right, they're likely to be close.
Baker sets out to hunt. And soon, the trapper's worst fears are confirmed.
Billy, look. Arapaho war party.
Baker looks up and he sees combined forces of Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, as many as 500 or more men.
Scouts! Come on, Billy, mount up! When Baker sees the sheer size of the force coming at him, he realizes that now this is the time for action.
Baker needs to sound the alarm about the coming danger, or the entire brigade could be wiped out.
Frabe! Indians are coming! Indians coming!
All right, steady, boys. How many were there, Jim? Baker, how many?
More than I've ever seen.
the native warriors are coming with such a show of strength because they know they have the numbers and they believe they can intimidate these men out of that position.
The warriors quickly surround the camp, but the trappers are shocked when they see who's leading them.
Well, be. Heard of woman warriors, never seen one myself.
The name of this female war leader is lost to history. And even though female warriors were rare, they were every bit the equals to their male counterparts.
For a woman to lead a war party, you have to be a very formidable, recognized war leader or war captain in order to gain the respect of the people to follow.
The way she was dressed, the power she seemed to have over the men, all of this had to be really unnerving to the trappers.
Looks like they want a parlay.
Frabe's one hope of avoiding a costly battle is to successfully negotiate a parlay.
Anytime you can avoid a fight on either side, it's always going to be perceived as a victory. With such tremendous numbers on their side, the warriors really believe they can achieve both their goals of getting the trappers out of this region and maybe fleecing them of supplies and horses in the process.
Not looking for a fight. We will defend ourselves if need be.
Give us all your horses.
In this region, horses are life. If the trappers were to give up their horses, it virtually guaranteed their demise.
Well, Frabe's too smart for that.
Take our horses, we're as good as dead.
If you refuse, we fight, and you all die!
Then we fight.
The parlay has failed, and Frabe's men have no choice but to prepare for battle.
Take cover, men!
The trappers and their Shoshone allies are well armed, but the Arapaho and Cheyenne have numbers on their side and deadly skill with their bows and arrows, lances, and guns.
Here they come.
The native war party, they see an adversary who has an advantage, and they want the trappers to start shooting. They're trying to provoke a frenzied emotional response, to expend all of their ammunition and leave themselves vulnerable to attack.
Let them get in close.
Baker says they got to within 10 or 15 paces of us. That's pretty darn close.
Though they are outnumbered, Henry Frabe has a strategy to even the odds for his small party of trappers.
Remember what I told you? Don't shoot until you got a clear shot. We all don't fire at once. Now, fire!
The natives are determined to simply overwhelm the trappers in one rush, but Frabe's smart. He alternates fire, and so the men are firing while others are reloading. You don't have as much firepower, but still you've got a constant stream of firepower.
But in the chaos of the first charge, the unthinkable happens.
Frabe exposes himself to the enemy, and he's probably trying to rally or inspire his men. And we see scenes like this play out in history all the time. This time, it was a catastrophic mistake.
They got Frabe! Frabe!
Now, Jim Baker is about to be thrust into the greatest test of his life.
Frabe!
In a pitched battle with a massive force of Plains warriors, Jim Baker's brigade leader, Henry Frabe, is killed.
Frabe's killed.
Frabe's death throws the trappers into panic.
This small, imperiled party of men is suddenly without its leader.
What you have is a group of very young trappers that consider themselves leaderless. And when you're leaderless on the frontier, you're dead.
gonna die. Baker, they're all around us.
In the moment, fear and panic begins to set in amongst the men. There's suddenly a vacuum of leadership, and into that vacuum steps the most unlikely leader of all, Baker himself.
Hey, you want to live, huh? You need to fight. We'll get them back for Old Frame, all right? You need this. Use it. Are they still out there?
They're behind the trees. They're close.
It's in the heat of this battle that we see the real Jim Baker rise up. There's no leader, there's chaos, there's panic all around them. But he remembers he had some of the best teachers in the game, and he stands up and he takes it upon himself to save his men.
Everyone reload! They're gonna make another charge! They're coming again, men! Let them get close! Remember what Old Frame told us. Don't show no fear. Make every bullet count. Fire on my order. Ready? Fire!
This kid takes charge of the situation and immediately starts giving orders. He immediately starts having some men load while others are firing.
Following Frabe's lead, Baker keeps a constant stream of fire going. Each time the warriors mount a charge, Baker's men beat them back. But as the hours pass, they realize they're in for a marathon battle.
It was a long day for those guys in that fort.
I've had enough. I ain't staying.
Shut up and keep your head down.
I ain't taking orders from no pup.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
One more word, and I'll knock your teeth in.
Stay there. Jim?
I think she wants to talk.
In a break between attacks, the leader of the war party makes an overture of peace.
Your leader is dead. Give us your horses and your guns. You can live.
We need our horses and our guns. You've lost a lot of men. If you want to quit, I'll let you ride out right now.
You're a fool! All of you will die!
There will be no truce, and Jim Baker will either have to win this fight or join Henry Frabe in death.
All of you will die!
With a truce out of the question, Jim Baker and his men rejoin the battle. Despite their small numbers, they continue to repulse the Plains Warriors' attacks.
Fire!
Wave after wave of Cheyenne and Sioux and Arapaho come at the trappers, and they really take some very serious casualties.
There's so many dead bodies that Baker says he could see the water turning red as more and more blood just dripped down that hill into the creek.
Let him have it! Who needs ammo?
Me!
But just as victory seems within his grasp, Baker makes a shocking discovery. Their supply of gunpowder and lead is almost completely exhausted.
Here they come! I'm out! Jim, what do we do?
Baker's leadership has kept the men alive so far, but now he may be leading them to their death, and he has no idea what to do next.
Jim! Jim!
All right, this is the last of it. Everyone fire in turns. One man loads, the other shoot. Ready? Fire!
Baker regains his composure long enough to fend off the charge, but he knows the trappers' powder and lead may not outlast the warriors' resolve.
Baker's strategy to this point has worked, but he's running low on ammunition, and the native warriors are keeping up the pressure. They're whooping, they're shouting, they're firing arrows. Something has to give really soon.
All right, that's the end of it. Who's loaded the fire besides me?
I have nothing. I've got one left.
I got one. We can hold him off on the next charge then.
They don't want to let on to the Native Americans that are coming up the hill, because if they knew that they were low on ammo, it could be very easy just to overpower this massive rush and take them all out.
What do you think they'll do?
They'll fight till sunset. In the morning, they'll finish what they started.
The trappers are realizing that the curtain's coming down on their brave last stand. If they don't figure out something quick, either a way to keep fighting or a way to get out of there, they'll likely never see the next morning.
Fire!
I'm out!
I'm out. I got one left.
Finally, Baker's worst fears come true. The trappers are down to their last rounds of ammunition.
The moment you run out of ammo, your rifle is basically a war club. You're gonna have to fight hand-to-hand, toe-to-toe with some of the greatest hand-to-hand combat warriors the world's ever seen.
Baker and his men brace for the next charge, knowing that it could finish them off for good.
So this is it then.
After hours of battle against a massive force of warriors,
I'm out!
Jim Baker and his trappers have run out of ammunition.
So this is it then.
And they steel themselves for a desperate final stand.
Jim!
Look.
But the warriors don't charge. Instead, the war party's leader approaches.
What are you doing?
If Baker is killed, there will be no hope for the rest of the small band of trappers.
They're leaving.
Instead of mounting another charge, the Arapaho and other warriors choose to walk away from the battle.
It was not unusual for 1 or 2 deaths to be enough for a war party to say, we've had enough. And here you have a lot of deaths.
Over 100 warriors were killed in the fight, but only 4 trappers.
It had to have gotten to a point where they finally just said, this is not our day. Let's just stop this foolishness because we have way more people getting killed than we need to.
Yeah! We did it! Did it!
In his first command of a battle against overwhelming numbers, Jim Baker emerges victorious.
This is the moment where Baker emerges as the leader among men. This is the point in his career where he becomes the Baker of legend.
Rabe, he's dead.
Buried him right near our fort. He kept us in that fight.
By the looks of it, you kept us in that fight.
I made some greenhorn mistakes.
Jim. You're no greenhorn.
Two weeks later, Baker heads out on a new adventure, a trapping expedition into the southwestern Rockies.
You really leaving?
I need to see some new country, Billy.
At the liberty of putting your saddle on this beast.
That's a good bay horse, Jim.
Yeah. Well, horses have a way of coming into my life. Besides, maybe Freeber's right. Maybe it is too much horse for me. See if you can get starch out of him. You know, I really do love these mountains. You'll do all right, Jim Baker.
In 2 short years, Jim Baker has grown into a seasoned mountain man. And now his future in the West is wide open.
Come on.
Mr. Bridger!
Jim Baker is so young when he first comes to the mountains, and he really was an important character in the early settlement of the American West as a trailblazer, an Army scout, and as an early pioneer.
His most impressive attribute was his leadership, and he is looked up to and respected. He built the first permanent residence in the state of Wyoming, and he moves America forward.
He became involved in the 1859 gold rush in Colorado and would become one of the founding fathers of the state. Some people are just meant to be there, and Jim Baker is one of those people.
Frontiersman Lucian Maxwell is trying to move up in life, from trading furs to trading land. He has dreams of making it big.
Get low! Get to cover!
But today, he just wants to make it home to his wife and family alive. Attacked by a band of Jicarilla Apaches, Maxwell has to take charge of a ragtag group of traders.
On your left!
But they are outmaneuvered, outnumbered, and outgunned.
If we can make it up that ridge, maybe we can hold them off till sundown. Everyone fire, then run. Now!
Lucian Maxwell has always been a survivor. But this may be the day his luck runs out forever. Among the rough-hewn mountain men of the West, Lucien Bonaparte Maxwell is a different breed.
Maxwell's parents sort of weigh him down with a pretty heavy handle, which is taken from the Napoleon family. But it's not a handle that he really embraces. It's not the handle of a person who's gonna live a hard life on the frontier.
He brought a certain level of sophistication to the mountains that was not shared by his contemporaries. But being an aristocrat was not a way to make friends in the far West. And so he just immersed himself in the culture and became one of the boys.
He was a great trader and middleman, and he would not have been able to do that if he did not have the diplomatic skills in knowing how to manage the relationship between the Indians, the Hispanics, and the white people.
Maxwell has this really unique ability to collaborate with Native peoples pretty regularly, to wear a lot of different hats and have different feet in different worlds. But in times of trouble, he's proven that he can fight, he can defend himself and the lives of others.
In 1840, Lucien Maxwell is still young, but he's already a seasoned veteran of the frontier. Though he's the well-educated son of a prosperous family, he left home at 15 and headed west.
Tales of dashing and daring do on the frontier were common in almost every boy's life around this period of time. So Lucien Maxwell longs for the freedom and adventure afforded by the wild frontier.
See what you got, Mac.
Maxwell finds regular employment with the fur trader William Bent, whose fort is a key trading post in modern-day Colorado.
Moment of truth, Mac. 2 of clubs.
Nail that card.
Can do it.
Oh, yeah! How about that? All right.
Hey, it's not over yet.
Among the mountain men and Native Americans at Bent's fort, Maxwell earns a new education in frontier skills.
At Bent's Fort, Maxwell also gets to be very close with the local Arapaho peoples. He learns their culture and he learns their language. To have a close tie to a local tribe like that is incredibly important because they'll give him important intelligence throughout the rest of his life.
All right, come on, Lucien. Let's settle this right now. Come on.
Jack of diamonds.
All right.
That's a clean card right there.
A good thought. Shine a thick dog.
All right, come on. Pay up.
Take it, dirty band.
Never bet against you again.
You got that right. Hey, Mac, come on up to the storehouse. I'll send you down the trail of Taos, give you a few extra goods.
The fur trade gives Maxwell a taste of the adventure he craves. But times are changing, and he knows he has to change with them.
Maxwell comes to the fur trade late, and by this time it's transitioning into more of a trading world than a trapping world.
To make it as a trader, there's only one place to go, Taos, in the Mexican territory of New Mexico.
Taos had significance. Taos was like the big city.
Maxwell finds work with Taos's leading citizen, the French-Canadian merchant, Charles Beaubien.
Charles Beaubien marries into a very prominent Mexican family in Taos. He prospers Through this marriage, he becomes an important merchant and enters into politics.
As you see, Mr. Beaubien, every item you ordered arrived undamaged. Tout va bien.
Maxwell soon becomes like a son to the wealthy merchant.
Good morning, Papa. I heard you got a new shipment of ribbons in from St. Louis.
Perhaps in more ways than one.
Come pick him out with me. You always know what looks best.
Hello, Luz. Ms. Beaubien.
Hello, Lucian.
Luz was a well-placed young woman in the frontier society of Taos, being the daughter of a prominent businessman and merchant. And so there were, advantages to this sort of arrangement. At the same time, Maxwell had a genuine affection for Luz.
Beaubien starts looking at this young fellow and thinking that here's a serious prospect for a son-in-law.
Maxwell's best friend in Taos is a man who will soon become a living legend, Kit Carson.
See, you're still sweet on Don Carlos's daughter.
Kit, I thought you were still in St. Louis.
Yep. Never like to stay in one place for too long.
By 1842, no one's writing dime novels about Kit Carson, but he's got a reputation as a hunter, as an explorer, and as a guide. He's proven already that he's a man of action.
Setting your sights mighty high, ain't you? A match like that'd take more dough than you can pile up clerking for her papa.
Yeah, well, there's more money here nowadays than in fur trade.
Well, a man shouldn't depend on his daddy-in-law's handouts.
Even though Maxwell is 9 years younger than Carson, Maxwell is 9 years older in terms of education and sophistication. And so this makes them sort of perfect partners.
Met me an Army fella in St. Louis, name of Fremont. He's looking for some tough rascals to help him map a few hundred miles of the Oregon Trail.
Well, that'd take a few months.
It will. I'm getting $3 a day as guide and hunter. Fremont says that he's looking for another hunter, and I told him that you're a crack shot, which you are.
Maxwell's really got a good thing going for him in Taos. He sees himself having a life there. But when Carson shows up and makes him an offer he can't refuse, it speaks to another part of his personality.
I'll start packing.
Maxwell and Carson set out on an expedition that will prove to be momentous, led by John C. Fremont.
John C. Fremont was a U.S. Army officer. He was a member of the Topographical Engineers. And Fremont has a number of expeditions that he takes out in the early 1840s that is mapping the West. And so he is describing America for America.
Fremont's first expedition in 1842 had the goal of mapping the Oregon Trail and exploring the Rocky Mountains in order to ascertain the possibilities for future American settlement in these areas.
The expedition has many mouths to feed, and Fremont relies on Maxwell and Carson's rifles to keep them full.
What he and Carson have to do is they have to go out on the prairie and look for bison. That sounds easy enough, but it's actually a very difficult type of hunting to do. First of all, you got to get close to a bison.
Fresh meat. Reckon this is where we start to earn our pay.
Something like that.
Let's go, Kit!
But the hunt is nearly cut short when Carson's horse takes a wrong step.
Rat dog varmint.
Thought you might want this.
Well, much obliged, Mac. Horse ain't worth much, but I paid $20 for this bridle. Come on.
Maxwell and Carson share a bond that can only be forged on the frontier. But they have to part ways when John Fremont divides the expedition at the forks of the Platte River. Fremont sends Carson up the North Fork, while he and Maxwell explore the South.
Once Carson splinters off on his own side trip, Fremont begins to really lean more on Maxwell.
Indians. Friendly?
We're on their hunting ground, Captain. How friendly would you be?
Cheyenne?
Hard to say. Captain, we gotta go.
You heard the man, let's move.
They sort of stumble their way into the midst of a bison hunt being done by a group of Arapaho.
Maxwell knows the Arapaho won't take kindly to strangers interrupting their hunt.
Let's head for those trees.
So they immediately try to look for cover, and they make a break for what looks like a stand of trees.
Fremont and Maxwell, they very quickly find themselves near a stream and they have to rein in. As they're trying to escape, they find themselves surrounded by dozens, perhaps more, of Arapaho warriors. And they're not really enthusiastic to see these men interrupting their hunt.
Dismount! We'll have to fight them here.
With nowhere to run, Maxwell has to prepare to go down fighting. Lucian Maxwell and John Fremont have stumbled into the middle of an Arapaho buffalo hunt.
Dismount! We'll have to fight them here.
And now, hundreds of Arapaho warriors are out for their blood.
This is just one of those moments where you are, to your mind, looking death in the face.
Hold your fire. They're out of range.
Tell you what, though, Captain. If I'm going, that big one in the front's going first.
And just as the Arapaho close in on their final rush towards Maxwell and Fremont,
Can't be.
Maxwell recognizes the lead Arapaho.
Hey! Gachi! Atnanea! Gachi! Atnanea!
The leader of the hunting party is a friend from Maxwell's days at Bent's Fort.
Despite the vast expanse that was the American West, that West often proved to be a small world indeed.
He's an old friend. Looks like he's a chief now.
Inaha! Dane ene!
If a person is leading a hunting party, his voice is the voice that is followed.
We just got in the way of their buffalo hunt. Once they're done, we're invited back to their village for a feast.
How do you say thank you?
Aho.
Aho.
If it hadn't been for the fact that Maxwell recognized this old friend of his, and that would have been the end of John C. Fremont and any of his subsequent expeditions.
Fremont's first expedition is a rousing success, making national stars of the Pathfinder Fremont and his guide, Kit Carson. But Maxwell is only looking for recognition from one person. Having built a reputation as a member of Fremont's expedition, Maxwell returns to Taos and marries Luce Beaubien.
You're leaving again? Where?
California.
But though he has found love and a chance to establish himself in New Mexico, his thirst for adventure has not been quenched.
What is in California?
Won't know till I get there. Kit and me are going with Fremont.
No, wait. We'll talk about it.
No, it's settled, Luce. I'll miss you. Something big's gonna happen, and I'm gonna be a part of it.
The hunter in him, the fighter in him, is drawn to Carson and drawn to Fremont. And he continues to take on these assignments with these expeditions and go back to the frontier.
Promise I'll be back. Swear it.
John C. Fremont's third expedition ventures to the edge of the continent, into the vast Mexican territory of California.
Fremont's third expedition in 1845 was intended to map the area called the Great Basin and also scout a potential route for a transcontinental railroad.
But as Maxwell, Carson, and Fremont traverse California, they become embroiled in a larger conflict, the Mexican War.
The primary cause of the Mexican War was a territorial dispute over Texas. These tensions eventually led to an armed conflict in 1846, when, by most accounts, President Polk helps to engineer a conflict along the Rio Grande and uses that as a pretense to attack Mexico.
Maxwell and the Fremont expedition help American settlers in their fight against the Mexican government.
Yeah, that's right.
He's done it! Men like Carson and Maxwell were part of a generation that believed that America was going to ultimately seize California, spreading the Republic from the Atlantic Ocean all the way to the Pacific.
I suppose it won't be long till we see the American flag up there.
Fremont has another job for us.
A scout?
Fremont is installed as California's new governor.
Where to now?
And he sends Maxwell and Carson on an urgent mission.
You, me, and a few of the others are gonna ride out east. All the way, Mac. Spread word that California is about to be part of the US of A.
That's some job, Kit.
Yeah, well, we'll stop and see our wives on the way out before they forget what we look like.
Maxwell and Carson plan to cross the continent to Washington, D.C. in 2 months. But Maxwell hopes to stop in Taos to see his wife, Luce, for the first time in over a year.
How long till Taos?
About 3 days. Hold it.
Could be Navajo.
More than likely Apache. I figure we got 2 shots apiece before they're on us like flies. Skirmish line?
Skirmish line.
Maxwell and Carson have helped to change America's destiny. Now they prepare to face their final battle together against an unknown foe.
Could be Navajo.
More than likely Apache.
Frontiersman Lucian Maxwell and Kit Carson are on a mission to Washington, D.C. to deliver the news that America now controls California. But if the riders they encounter in New Mexico are hostile, it could be the end of their journey.
Hold on, Mac.
Hey! Hey there! American! Hey! Hey! American!
It's the Army of the West, led by Brigadier General Stephen Watts Kearny.
And they know who Kearny is. He's probably the best-known soldier in the American West, aside from Fremont.
But though Kearny's troops are a welcome sight, Carson's relief soon turns to disgust.
Almighty Brass Hat wants me to go all the way back to Los Angeles so he can replace Fremont. Well, I ain't doing that.
He can have you shot.
General Kearny and the Army are going out to California, and the troops are like, well, guess what, Kit Carson? We know who you are, and you know the way. So you're coming with us. Carson's like, well, no, I'm not. I'm supposed to take these messages and all this information back east.
We are Fremont's men.
And that's why you gotta go back. In case Kearny tries anything.
But Maxwell understands the stakes in a larger sense, in a political sense, than does Kit Carson.
I'm sorry, kid. Got no choice.
These are men who are not accustomed to taking those precise types of orders. Had to be incredibly frustrating.
Get these dispatches to St. Louis. Reckon Fremont's family can get them to Washington. When you get to Taos, check in on my wife.
You know I will. I'm sorry, Kit.
Yeah. It's a tough thing, ain't it? Trying to help build the country.
Kit Carson's legend is based on this idea that he did things as a sort of rough-hewn frontiersman, but he did them on behalf of the United States.
Let's move out!
And whether he knows it or not, Maxwell is essentially securing Carson's lasting reputation in the frontier.
After delivering Fremont's dispatches, Maxwell returns home to Taos, now in the U.S. territory of New Mexico.
Maxwell, you can say, I went up the trail with John C. Fremont. I was part of this grand adventure, and now I'm going to sort of seek a place in society for myself.
What are you thinking about?
Everything. This year I'll be 30. Got to get into business with the Santa Fe Trail merchants. Get my own herd going. Build something our children can inherit.
Children?
Time to start building a family. And as soon as Kit stops playing soldier, he'll partner with us on the Riata. That'll be the start.
Riata is over the mountains to the east of Taos on the Santa Fe Trail. And so it's seen as a great position for a ranch and for a trading post.
But Maxwell's choice for a ranch and future settlement puts him in close contact with the Jicarilla Apache.
Apache, la Jicarilla.
Joining Maxwell on the Rayado is Jorge Galabes, a Mexican ranch hand who spent part of his life as a captive.
Jorge Galabes, he had been taken captive, perhaps by the Delaware. And when he kind of re-emerged, he became known as George or Indian George.
The Jicarilla got their name from the Spanish. It means basket maker, and it's after an occupation of the women of the tribe. They've been living there since time immemorial.
Letting them cut one of our cows avoids trouble. Let them.
This is their land, and they're going to defend it as best they can.
In the late spring of 1848, Maxwell travels 150 miles from home to his old stomping ground of Bent's Fort to purchase supplies.
Luz can use this when the baby's big enough to eat real food.
And so that you make it back for that, you got the latest from Mr. Colt. It's a .44 caliber. It's accurate up to 50 yards, but you might be able to take it to 80, maybe 100, Mac.
Some people want to go back with us to Taos. They're afraid of the Apaches.
Safety in numbers, Mac.
The Santa Fe Trail has now become a pretty dangerous road. the Jicarilla Apache, the Ute, they have become threatened by the increased presence and arrival of other people to this territory.
Misery loves company. All right. Wrap up the spoon. And throw in a holster for the Colt.
You got it, Mac.
Maxwell and Jorge lead the group from Colorado into New Mexico.
The Jicarillas are very effective in laying ambushes and in attacking caravans on the Santa Fe Trail. In fact, they essentially shut down the trail in many cases.
Apaches! Take cover!
Under fire from Jicarilla Apaches, Lucian Maxwell may not live to make it home.
Take cover! Come on!
Guiding a group of traders to New Mexico on the Santa Fe Trail, Lucian Maxwell is ambushed by Jicarilla Apaches.
Apaches! Take cover!
And now Maxwell has to transform from guide to leader.
Take cover! Come on!
Maxwell has to take command of this group who are not necessarily fighters.
Pick your shots carefully!
And probably there was always something in him that was capable of doing that.
Maxwell and his traders have more advanced weapons than the attackers, but the Jicarilla have a more experienced leader named Chino.
They're falling back!
Quiet, quiet. Keep your eyes open.
Chino is an experienced leader. He knows when to attack and when to back off. Maxwell and his traders have the firepower advantage, and Chino calls for a retreat, for now.
Let's get back to the fort for more ammunition. Might not need it if we take another way home, but never can tell.
Seemingly victorious, Maxwell leads the traders back to Bent's fort to regroup. And a week later, they head back down the Santa Fe Trail.
So we're coming around into this valley and look out and see this herd of buffalo. I'd take my shot, and Kit's about to down his buffalo. Bam! He goes down.
Maxwell and his party had every reason to be on their guard, but they stop for an afternoon break. And they're not really mentally or physically equipped to defend themselves adequately.
I don't see him. His horse tripped on a prairie dog hole.
And that is when Chino and the Jicarilla launched their attack.
Get low! Get to cover!
Chino's attack is really perfect in its design. If he had studied at West Point, this is what they would have taught him. His enemy was unprepared, his enemy was exposed, and victory was virtually guaranteed.
This time, better guns won't win out against superior numbers. Lucian Maxwell understands one terrible truth. This is a fight he can't win.
The Jicarillas lay a very careful ambush at Manco Burro Pass. This is one of the hottest fights in all of the history of New Mexico.
On your left!
The Jicarillas had what I refer to as the home court advantage. They knew the land, they knew the terrain, they knew the weather.
They're smart warriors. They don't launch a headlong assault on horseback against Maxwell's men. They use cover. They get in close.
But the Jicarilla leader, Chino, boldly leads his men into battle. A brave act that has almost immediate consequences.
I think you got the leader.
The Jicarilla's leader goes down, but the attack continues.
They're coming up on us!
Even without Chino, the Apache warriors were all trained to fight. So someone else stepped up. There were others that were trained to take his place.
We gotta go! Get to the horses!
The horses are gone!
If you're going to go to war against somebody, one of the objectives is to take what they have. In this case, they took the horses.
Maxwell has no choice but to take command. His friend Kit Carson had always sort of known what to do. And Maxwell has to lean into that a little bit. What would Kit Carson have done?
If we can make it up that ridge, maybe we can hold them off till sundown. Slip away in the dark. Everyone fire, then run. I'll hold them off. You too, George. Now! Go! Get!
Maxwell realizes they're going to have to fall back. Their only hope for survival now is to get to some high ground.
Lucien Maxwell has never had a chance of winning this fight. Now, the question is, can he survive the retreat? Lucien Maxwell is in the fight of his life. And he may have just lost. Luckily, the wound isn't fatal, but staying in this fight will be.
Jorge sees that Maxwell has been hit and is under fire.
Jorge risks his life to get the direly wounded Maxwell to safety. This is an amazing act of selflessness, loyalty, but also courage.
No. Let them think we're dead.
Just barely, Maxwell and his men have survived the battle, but their ordeal has just begun.
Now, Maxwell's party is completely afoot, inadequately armed, low on ammunition, and they're all shot to pieces. But they still have to keep moving. The Jicarilla are still out there. For all Maxwell knows, they are still hunting Maxwell's party. So they begin this trek.
Maxwell and his men now face a nearly 100-mile journey to reach safety in Taos.
Keep your eyes peeled. Luckily, we still have company.
For a leader in a situation like this, you're kind of answering to many masters. You're not going to go a day or so without water. You got to have shelter from the sun. You're being pursued by the Apache. You're potentially bleeding to death. It's a lot to think about.
Need to move. Get to better cover.
Maxwell, he could have said, hey man, I'm the most experienced person here. The rest of you are dragging me down. And he could have struck off in the night by himself and probably had a safer chance to get back. But he's not gonna let them down. Highly competent leaders sacrifice their own safety in order to bring others to safety.
But as the traders slowly make their way through the wilderness, Maxwell has no idea if he'll ever see his wife and infant child again. And for Maxwell and the men under his protection, there may be no safe place. Defeated and wounded by Jicarilla Apaches, Lucian Maxwell and his party must somehow make their way home to Taos without being spotted. Maxwell is safe for now, but soon the Jicarilla are the least of his worries. Maxwell must lead his survivors through miles of open country with almost no food or water.
We're lost. In June in New Mexico, it's oppressive. Even when you get in the shade, or that insane heat makes it almost impossible to think sometimes.
Maxwell, look, someone's coming.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us in our hour of death.
U.S. Dragoons!
At the brink of death, Maxwell and his party are saved. Once again, Maxwell owes his survival to his long-standing friendship with the Arapaho.
Through a very bizarre word of mouth, a group of Arapaho heard about this fight at Manco Burro.
They alert some army personnel. Well, this has happened and these guys are wandering around in the mountains. You might want to go find them.
Maxwell and his men were absolutely in a pitiable condition, and it's a wonder that they survived.
But the ball in his neck must be removed
Darling, are you ready?
in a risky and painful operation.
It's okay. It's all out.
To do what he did with a musket ball lodged in his neck, it just shows that we got a lot more tenacity hiding in us than we maybe think we do.
Some pal. Getting caught up in a script like that and I didn't even get an invite? How about that, Jorge?
Figured you'd be too busy getting your name in the papers.
Well, that is just low. How you doing, Hoss?
I'll live.
Well, that's the idea.
He's gone through this considerable ordeal, and it does something to him in a way. He becomes even more determined to settle at Rayado.
Right over there. That's where we'll lay out our new settlement.
All our years on the frontier, never thought we'd be men of property.
I could see it, Kit. And before long, this will be the biggest ranch in the territory.
Maxwell turns his back on adventure he settles in Rayado with his family and helps usher in a new phase of the West.
Two clubs.
Maxwell is the rare mountain man who made the transition from explorer to settler. And settle did he ever, to amass the largest personal landhold in the history of the United States.
It was actually 2 million acres. It was just vast. And this marks him as a real transition figure from the old West of Kit Carson and the Mountain Men to the new West of Anglo settlement.
Maxwell understood and appreciated the importance of relationships that were mutually beneficial.
Hello, Luz.
Because it is through those relationships that you learn the languages of the prairies.
Oh.
That you learn the way of doing business on the frontier. And the sort of relationships that are important for survival. Lucian Maxwell's legacy is that he was a force to be reckoned with.
Bill Hamilton has endured plenty of death-defying adventures on the western frontier.
Here they come.
All right, let's take cover. Wait for my orders.
But when a huge Bannock war party threatens to overwhelm his traffic brigade, Hamilton faces the fight of his young life. Far outnumbered, the Mountain Men have just one option: lure their enemy into a trap.
Hold on, lads. Keep your nerves.
In seconds, Hamilton and his comrades will win a stunning victory.
Steady.
Or die trying.
Steady. Fire. Fire, Bill, now. Do it.
Bill Hamilton becomes one of the last great mountain men. But he's the last person anyone expected to become a legend.
Hamilton had a remarkable transformation from a sort of sickly young city boy, a dude as he would have been called in the West, who became one of the most impressive frontiersmen out in the far West.
And he also has a unique ability that sets him apart from almost everyone else, and that's his facility with Plains Indian Sign Language.
Bill Hamilton showed just how an adaptable person with the right attributes could find great success along the American frontier.
Hamilton's storied career gets off to a bumpy start.
Hamilton is from a wealthy St. Louis family, but he is sickly as a youth, and the prescription, as was often the case, is to head west. And so that's exactly what he does.
At camp, all the rest of the guys had to work.
Hey, old Bill.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Is that Bill Williams?
Yes, it is. Hey, old Bill. This young kid would like to meet you.
Yeah. What we got here?
Pleased to meet you, sir. We're kin.
Bill Hamilton's family had connections with the family of old Bill Williams, who was regarded as one of the elite amongst the mountain men.
Bill Williams, who just happens to be putting together an expedition down the Mississippi.
Kin, are we? I'm William Hamilton, of the Hamiltons that come from Scotland.
He shows up ready to head out into the wild frontier wearing the type of city clothes that you'd expect to find in the streets of St. Louis, not on the waterways and forests of the American West.
He must have cut a ridiculous figure, particularly for these grizzled mountain men.
Yes, sir, yes. And I aim to learn how to hunt and trap all out here in the West.
Hey, fellas, meet our new recruit. I don't know what we're going to do with him in the mountains, though.
Well, that's fine. Well, that's just fine, because I aim to make my way west one way or another, and I will learn what it takes and what it means to be a free man on the frontier. And I'll do that with you or with somebody else.
This kid's got some sand. Hey, kid, you got some sand. If you want to go west with us, you're going to have to get yourself outfitted. And don't have that purse with you when you come back.
I think with a little bit of afterthought, Williams remembers how green he was in his 20s. And maybe he sees a little bit of himself in Hamilton.
The greenhorn has passed the first test, but before the expedition begins, he has to look the part.
How much?
Call 14.
Hey, what do you give me for that?
It's right at the start of his mountain man career. He could easily turn tail and run, but he doesn't. He goes to a store, buys himself 2 sets of buckskins, and reemerges, ready to work.
How about that red roan back there? Y'all got him covered?
He's cinched up.
Make sure you cover that fire on the way out. We got to get out of here.
It's the ultimate example of fake it until you make it. Hamilton looks like he's ready to go, and people accept him for it.
Yeah, that's more like it. Might make something of you yet, boy.
My father says you're an Indian fighter. Best of them all.
I met every tribe from the Missouri to the Gila. I fought them, I lived with them, traded with them. It ain't like what you read in them books. You'll see. Doc.
Yeah.
Hand me one of them Hawkins over there, will you?
Here you go.
Thanks, friend. This is a Hawken. You might need this.
Sir. This is a fine piece.
Yeah, it is. Belonged to a real good friend of mine. Got shot on the Snake River. We buried him.
Hamilton now has the gun and the gear of a mountain man, but it remains to be seen whether he has what it takes. Hamilton and Williams set out west from Missouri into what is now Nebraska. Days down the trail, the trappers meet a friendly group of Cheyenne, and Bill Hamilton's frontier education begins in earnest.
Before the meeting with the Cheyenne, Hamilton had only seen the crusty, grizzled side of Williams. But when Williams was with the Cheyenne, talking with them, Hamilton saw Bill Williams for what he really was for the first time.
Williams communicates with the Cheyenne in a way Hamilton's never seen.
When Bill Hamilton saw old Bill Williams signing with the Cheyenne, something really clicked in him. He was very intrigued by this.
Over centuries, tribal people on the American plains developed a universal sign language.
Tell the fellas to settle in, Baldy, all right?
What kind of language was that?
Hand talking, we call it. Out here, nobody speaks the same language. So we use hand talking so we can understand one another.
This is, hello, friend?
You got it. How'd you pick it up so quick?
Everybody learned it on the plains to be able to communicate with other tribes. So this way we could make distinctions of who we could trade with, who we could be peaceful with, and who we couldn't.
Hamilton soon learns that the ability to communicate leads to new opportunities to find adventure on the frontier.
His ability to sign communicates something to the people that he's more than someone coming in to exploit. He wants to have some communication with the people, to understand the people, to know the people, and so he's welcomed.
It's a badge of honor to be invited on a hunt, because to the Plains people, buffalo are the ultimate resource.
Is that all right by you?
Sure, go. Stay on your horse. Don't break your neck.
Yeah. Good. Good. Good.
It was our food, our clothing, our shelter, utensils, weapons. We literally utilize every piece of the bison. So for all intents and purposes, it was our 1,200-pound Walmart, if you will.
It must have been an extraordinarily heart-pumping, adrenaline-dumping moment for Hamilton to start out on this hunt. It was as dangerous as warfare.
With one shot, the young, untried Hamilton could silence any doubts about his place on the frontier. Greenhorn trapper Bill Hamilton is on his first buffalo hunt. And if he can make this shot, he will earn the respect of his Cheyenne allies.
It was a really big deal to take down your first buffalo. It was a rite of passage for the young Cheyenne, and it was equally a rite of passage for a young Bill Hamilton.
All right. All right, then we saw him, right? And in a few jumps, Swift Runner and I became right up alongside the huge animal.
Hamilton is quickly taken by the romance of the West and begins rhapsodizing eloquently about his life on the frontier and his new comrades.
I took aim. Went down like a fallen tree. And the Cheyenne, they're all hooting and hollering. I feel like Dan Boone out there, Bill. This is a moment and a memory that I shall never forget. A moment and a scene fit for gods. All of them. And,
Getting poetical.
all right, well, I know I said many words just now, Bill, but, well, I believe I'm finally understanding the draw of this place.
The mountain men were, of course, very pragmatic people, and they teased Bill Hamilton about being poetical. But I think that old Bill Williams also recognized that his young charge had fallen in love.
Following the bison hunt, Hamilton and Williams visit a Sioux encampment where Hamilton gets his next frontier lesson, the nuts and bolts of trading.
Yeah, well, I want to sell them to you, too. But I need something in return, friend.
But the trappers' casual days of trading don't last.
That's Pony. It's Pony, grab your weapon.
The next morning, the entire Sioux village wakes to total chaos.
Come on, Bill!
And Bill Hamilton faces his first real fight.
That Big Thunder tells me Pawnee rode in before dawn, run off some of our horses. And out here, you don't let a man take anything from you, especially horses. You got that?
The Sioux and the Pawnee were longtime inveterate enemies. And when the Pawnee stole Sioux horses, the Sioux were going to go after them. The horses were vital to any operation that any of these people were engaged in, and their honor was also at stake. So stealing horses was an act of war.
The Sioux chief Big Thunder quickly forms a posse to track down the Pawnee and recover their horses.
Who wants one of us to go help get their ponies back? I'll get them back, Bill.
Hamilton, seeing all of the excitement and the angst in the Sioux village from their horses being stolen, he wants to fix that problem. He wants to be in on the solution.
You know, likely it's not them Pawnees are gonna scatter. It's gonna be hard to catch them all. You check your weapons like I told you?
I did.
And you follow Big Thunder, and you do what he says, and don't you dare get in his way.
Yes, sir.
You keep your wits about you, Bill. Hamilton, try not to get yourself killed.
Instead of learning to trade, young Bill Hamilton will get his first taste of frontier warfare. Hamilton and the Sioux spot the Pawnee thieves and the stolen horses. But the Pawnee see them coming.
And there's only two of them.
The Pawnee recognize that they are vastly outnumbered. So they abandon the horses and run to take cover.
There's only two of them. Come on, let's go.
When the Sioux see the Pawnee enter the woods, they stop short.
Let's go.
The Sioux posse that was pursuing the Pawnee knew better than to approach too close to this grove of woods because they'd had plenty of experience.
But Hamilton charges ahead.
Hamilton sees an opportunity to prove himself to his new friends. But what he doesn't understand is that the Pawnee's retreat was not an impulsive act. It was a tactical one.
What he didn't realize, and that everyone else knew, was that he was probably falling into an ambush. And sure enough, when he hit the woods, Pawnee opened up with fire.
The Greenhorn Hamilton has ridden straight into a deadly trap. Trying to rescue his Sioux friend's stolen horses, Greenhorn Bill Hamilton has run headlong into a Pawnee ambush.
The Sioux had recovered some of the horses, but not all. And the temptation to try to get the rest of the horses was very strong. And Bill Hamilton succumbed to that temptation.
He realizes the mistake he's made, and so he spins his horse around and as fast as he can heads away from the grove.
When Hamilton fell into that trap, it was a classic rookie mistake.
Hamilton gets lucky and barely escapes with his life.
Good boy. So, you made a real big impression on Big Thunder and his men.
Did I?
Yeah, you surely did.
Is the blasted dumbest fool I ever did meet.
There's a very fine line between bravery and foolishness, and Old Bill Williams certainly felt that Hamilton had gone way over that line.
There were only two of them, all right? I was
Don't
I was
say
just trying to get a horse
Don't say a word, you just listen. Did you notice that none of the Sioux followed you over there? You wonder why that was? I'll tell you why it was. Because none of them wanted to get their head shot off. I ought to send you packing back to your daddy with the first party headed for the States. And I don't know what you learned at school back east. But I don't reckon you half as smart as you think you are.
Hamilton is deeply embarrassed, once again, to have let down Williams and the other men who he's come to respect.
Though Hamilton's talent with sign language makes him invaluable to the party, he now has to rebuild trust with his mentor. He sees an opportunity when Williams acquires a brand new weapon for his men, the Colt Patterson revolver.
All right, fellas, we got 3 posts here. I want you to put one in the first, one in the second, one in the third. You got that?
A single person can shoot the equivalent of 5 men's worth of shots in a shorter period of time, and that is able to reload much faster. This is a revolution in frontier warfare.
I'll go first. Here we go. Get up there.
Having the extra firepower, having 5 shots in your hand doesn't mean anything if you don't hit your target. And it had to be learned, and Hamilton needed to develop the skill.
All right, your turn, Bill. See what you got. Get him. Go. Keep going. One more.
Unfortunately for Hamilton, it's going to take more than a few decent shots to get back in Bill Williams's good graces.
All right, we got a ways to go, don't we? Not bad, huh? Not bad, that's terrible. You shoot like that, a Blackfoot or Apache is gonna have you for supper, carve you up in little bitty pieces and cook you. You understand me? Now get off your horse, I got something I wanna show you.
In addition to these new revolvers that the mountain men have, they also embrace the old-fashioned side-by-side double-barrel shotgun. A shotgun is mainly a hunting weapon, but it's also a good defensive tool.
Come on over here with me. This here's a scatter gun. You watch what I'm doing. I want you to put 2 triggers in that post.
At short range, it was a far more effective combat weapon than a rifle. And you'd have 2 shots that were a very devastating effect.
Blackfeet get off 4 arrows in the time it takes you to reload and fire at rifle. With a shotgun, you shoot him in the gut. You take all the stuffing out of it. You got one chance before he kills you. You understand me?
Yeah.
All right, now you keep it clean. You might need her sooner than you think.
The brigade sets out on a nearly 900-mile trek to the northwest. But when they reach the Fort Boise trading post, they hear alarming news about their destination.
Where is everyone?
I don't know. Thought there'd be more trappers up here by now.
So where are you headed? Oregon Territory, Blue Mountains. Thinking you'll trap, eh? That's the plan. Well, there's plenty of beaver to be had, and no trapping outfits. But that's for good reason. The Bannock war parties control the area.
Venturing into new territory brings with it new dangers. There are other Indian tribes who, like Indian tribes before them, are not going to be too pleased at the sight of white men coming into their territory.
I think we can take care of ourselves. My two best friends in the whole world went to trap those streams. I told them not to go, but they didn't listen neither. Now they're both dead.
It's the last thing Hamilton and Williams want to hear. The fur-trapping paradise might end up costing them their lives. Trappers Bill Hamilton and Bill Williams have big plans to trap the untapped streams of the Blue Mountains.
My two best friends in the whole world went to trap those streams, but they didn't listen neither. Now they're both dead.
But they've just learned that the Bannock people won't take kindly to their presence.
The Scottish trader basically warns them, all right, you're headed for some pretty rich territory, but proceed at your own risk, because you'll be lucky to come back alive.
Stay away. That's my advice.
Wait, we met Bannocks before. They were friendly.
Different Bannocks, my boy. Different bands have different leaders, broken up into family clans, you might say. These Walla Walla Bannocks are led by a chief named Howlick. You don't want to cross paths with them. If you're lucky, you'll lose everything you carry. If you're not, you'll die.
Despite the grim warning, Williams's men all agree to press on, determined to find new rivers to trap. But as soon as they reach the Camas Prairie, the trader's prediction comes true. When they run into a party of Bannocks led by Chief Howlack.
Now, this is a moment for Hamilton to do what he's supposed to do, translate.
No one else in the brigade can communicate with native peoples like Hamilton can. He picks up on the small clues that most of them miss. He's a very valuable asset for that reason.
He wants us to unpack our goods. And he says he wants to take our ponies.
The Bannock are demanding tribute, a gift of goods.
They're trying to maintain some sort of control over their own domain. This is their land. And that's how they present it to Williams.
Tell him we give him nothing, and we trap where we please.
But old Bill Williams won't give an inch.
Old Bill Williams was a classic ornery cuss, and he certainly wasn't going to be deterred by anyone from doing anything that he wanted to do, particularly trapping.
For Williams, those ponies and those supplies represent months of work, and most importantly, guaranteed safe passage back home. He'll never give that up.
We can smoke, and we can be friends. But we reserve the right to trap where we please, in the mountains, on the plains.
He does not smoke with dogs.
If he's looking for a fight, maybe he found it.
With the pushback at this moment, Chief Howlack is starting to suspect that this group is going to be very different than any other group he's encountered yet.
Go. Howlack makes clear, so clear, that you don't need to understand sign language to get it, that this won't be the last that Williams and his men will see of him.
He says something like,
Yeah, I know white dogs, I'll wipe you out, something like that. We'll see about that. That's right, you know, watch your back.
yeah.
12 miles up the trail, the trappers make camp and consider their next move.
Saw what they were signing to each other. They're putting the word out to the other bands. They will be back.
Figured as much. Well, we're probably gonna see him at first light. I guess we best dig in. Let's get at it, boys.
Hamilton knew from the sign talk that the Bannock were exchanging amongst themselves that they were going to come back and that an attack was imminent and that they had better prepare for it. And Bill Williams was a master at preparing for this kind of an attack.
Williams directs his men to fortify their camp with a makeshift corral and rifle pits.
All right, that ought to hold them. You and Howard, get our horses saddled. Tomorrow morning, you're gonna get broke in as a real mountain man. You and Howard stand watch tonight. You hear anything, you fire once in the air. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Y'all ready to do some fighting?
Yeah.
All right, keep your eyes open.
Yes, sir.
The trappers, and Bill Hamilton in particular, being one of the youngest among them, they were probably pretty keyed up. There was probably a mixture of trepidation and excitement and just really wanting to get it on.
That night, Hamilton keeps a sharp eye out for sneak attacks.
You see that? Something moved.
Howard, I think you're seeing things.
I think they're wolves. Right there.
They start to realize that what they're seeing looks like a small pack of wolves is closing in on their camp. Literally, they're looking out into the darkness and they can see the shapes of the heads and bodies and the hides of wolves.
No. Those ain't wolves.
Bill Hamilton and Bill Williams have entered unfriendly territory in search of new streams to trap, but they have provoked a furious response from the Bannock chief Howlack.
You see that? I think they're wolves. Right there.
What they very quickly realize is that the Bannock leader has sent out a small party of scouts to sort of probe the mountain men's position.
No. Those ain't wolves.
When the trappers aren't fooled, the Bannock scouts attack.
Hold your fire! Hold your fire, men. They'll be back. Now, steady.
At first light, Williams's prediction comes true. The Bannocks return in force.
Here they come.
When morning comes, the threat appears, and it's a force of 100, 200, maybe as many as 300 Bannock warriors who quickly divide themselves into two parties so that they can attack the trappers from all sides.
Bill, do you know Halleck's band was this big?
Williams and Hamilton and these other mountain men, they subscribe to the idea, look, these streams and these places belong to everybody. And so we have as much right here as anyone. And this is where the Bannock and these mountain men really collide over the idea of who's supposed to be here.
All right, let's take cover. Wait for my orders.
Let's go.
Steady, boys.
The Bannock will employ a tactic used over and over again in fights like this. They'll rush the frontiersmen, they'll wait for them to shoot their single-shot rifles, and then while reloading, they'll sweep in with muskets and tomahawks and clubs and finish them off. That normally works, but they have no idea how much firepower Hamilton and Williams have on them at the time.
You scared, Bill?
I reckon I ought to be.
Hold on, lads.
With a chilling war cry, Howlack's warriors charge the vastly outnumbered trappers.
You keep your nerves.
Williams, being the canny survivor that he was, kept telling them to hold their fire, hold their fire, hold their fire, and wait until the Bannocks were well within range before they opened up.
Steady. Fire! Fire, Bill, now! Do it!
When the trappers opened fire, the effect was absolutely devastating because they were at close range, and those shotguns did heavy execution immediately.
Man up, boys!
Williams' men then do something that the Bannock were not anticipating. They throw down their shotguns and they charge at the remaining Bannock, brandishing their Colt revolvers.
After the barrage of shotgun fire, the trappers shock the Bannocks with a brazen charge on horseback. Leaving the safety of the fort is a risky move that will either seal the trappers' survival or bring about their defeat. Bill Hamilton is in the fight of his life against a band of Bannock warriors led by Chief Howlack. But after driving off the Bannock's first charge, leader Bill Williams orders a desperate counterattack. The revolutionary 5-shot Colt revolver has a devastating effect on the already reeling warriors.
This sudden volume of firepower is enough to send the Bannock into full retreat mode. So they overcome the Bannock, and the Bannock fall back. Bill Williams and the Mountain Men survive this battle.
Overwhelmed, Howlack's men make a full retreat.
Warriors had grit. We're gonna let them gather up the dead and wounded, show them a little respect.
So, what do we do now, old Bill?
What we come here to do, son? Trap. Let's get these horses watered.
Well, all right then.
News of the battle spreads, and just as Williams intended, Bannock leaders make a point of avoiding conflict with American trappers.
It was very important to the trappers that they maintain a reputation that you don't mess with us. You don't tell us where we can go. You don't tell us what we can do. And if you attack us, you will pay a heavy price for it.
In the months that follow, Hamilton continues to learn from old Bill Williams. But eventually, it comes time for the grizzled mentor and his protege to part ways.
How long you gonna be down in Santa Fe?
Well, as long as they have me, I reckon. My money, hard-earned earnings that is, tends to evaporate in Santa Fe. I ain't figured out how that happens.
Over the course of this apprenticeship, they develop something of a familial bond. Williams becomes like a second father to Hamilton.
What about you? What kind of plans you got?
Thinking about, one of them fellows heading for the Bighorns.
That's a fair adventure. Now, look here. Got something for you. I already cut a hole in it so you can wear it like a serape. Should fit you.
I'll wear it well, Bill.
Hold that for me, would you?
There's a certain poignancy to their parting ways, but it's also, you're a man now, and you're capable of being out on your own in these mountains. And Bill Hamilton's career proved that Bill Williams was right.
Thank you. You know, there's gonna come a time, and all this will be settled. They're gonna bring in their laws and their fences, but at least we'll have seen it when it was good. I want you to remember that, Bill. You remember how it was.
While Hamilton's story is just beginning, Williams is coming to an end. He'll meet his fate at the hands of some Ute braves less than 2 years later.
It's a passing of the torch, not just from teacher to student, but from one era of the West to the next.
Bill Hamilton went on to a distinguished career as a mountain man, and he served as a scout for the U.S. military. He really spent most of the rest of his life conforming to that mountain man lifestyle that he had learned under old Bill Williams. And that poetical nature that Williams had teased him about when he was a kid, he never really lost that.
Here's a man who sees in his lifetime the whole history of the West unfold before him, and he comes to the West in the last days of the mountain man era. But he's going to live into the era of telephones, to the time of the automobile and the airplane.
Hamilton will live well into the 20th century, and he'll publish numerous books and articles about his adventures on the plains that'll preserve these stories for us still to use today. He was the last living vestige of the mountain man era in the Old West.
Small in stature, but legendary in courage, Jack Hayes is a captain in the Texas Rangers.
Regroup! Fall back!
And now he's in the biggest fight of his career so far. Hopelessly outnumbered by Comanche warriors.
Let him have it!
Hayes and his Rangers have only survived this long thanks to a new weapon, the Colt Patterson revolver.
Where's Pete? He's dead. How's the arm, Gillespie? I can still fight. But Cap, they're coming back. We're not out of the woods yet. How's everyone doing on ammunition? Almost out. All of us. Reload if you can. Mount up!
Now, Hayes' only hope is a final desperate charge. And though he doesn't know it, it will change the course of frontier fighting forever. Though born in Tennessee, John Coffee Hayes, known to everyone as Jack, will become a legend in a place with more than its share, Texas.
Jack Hayes is a magical name in Texas. It's a name that ranks along with Davy Crockett, Jim Bowie, Sam Houston, a name that's forever associated with the Texas Rangers.
Jack Hayes establishes a tradition of service and sacrifice and leadership. Many later-day Ranger commanders seek to emulate, and he is really the first true great Texas Ranger captain.
Call him right, single file.
He had an intuitive understanding of tactics. He had a natural skill as a leader of men. He had a kind of charisma that can't be learned, and he was willing to step up to do what needed to be done to protect the fledgling settlements of a new state of Texas.
Forward!
While many young men of his generation head to the Rocky Mountain West to hunt and trap, Jack Hayes has other plans. Hayes arrives in Texas just after the Battle of the Alamo. The Texas Revolution is coming to a close, and the former Mexican state is now a brand new republic.
Young Hayes had arrived in Nacogdoches, which at that time was a wild town. It was the gateway to Texas, and all kinds of rough characters were flooding in.
I tell you, boys, they chased me plumb over half of Louisiana. I bet that sheriff's still wondering if he'll ever see that horse again.
Coffee, please.
Yes, sir. He said, coffee, coffee, please. Coffee, please.
One of those rough characters sees in young Jack Hayes an easy target.
What you got there? Too good for Donnelly's rot gut?
No, just a bit early in the day for me is all.
If bullies have a thing in common is they look for human weakness, and they might see a smaller person and just assume that that's somebody that you can sort of pick on. That's a very dangerous sort of thing to do because you never know who you're dealing with.
Can't be bothered to look me in the eye, can ya? Boy, you need to learn a thing or two about respect. I'll whip you, pup. Hmm?
Jack Hayes beats him to the draw and shoots him dead. Case closed. Welcome to Texas.
On the Texas frontier, violence is a fact of life. But a newly formed organization will give Hayes a chance to bring order to this chaotic land.
Texas, by the time it gains its independence in 1836, still isn't the nirvana that they hoped it would be. There's still a lot of pressures from Mexico. There's a lot of pressure from the Comanche. So you need someone to protect you, and that someone becomes the Texas Rangers.
Excuse me. You Deef?
It's what they call me. You're gonna have to speak up. I'm hard of hearing.
I'm John Coffee Hayes. Most folks call me Jack. I've been told if I'm looking to serve, I ought to see you.
Deef Smith, of Deaf Smith, real name Erastus Smith, was one of the most famous scouts and spies during the Texas Revolution. Despite having lost his hearing as a child, he established himself as a revered figure in Texas, an example to younger men like Hayes.
You want to be a ranger, huh?
Well, you look able enough, but it's hard duty, son.
I can handle it. I can handle it. I'm ready.
If you say so. Pay ain't much. We keep your belly full. You supply your own horse and shooting iron. Is that a problem?
No, sir.
Private, fetch me my book. We got a man who thinks he's signing on for Texas. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Not a matter of if you get into a scrap, but when. When that time comes, you cannot hesitate.
I won't hesitate, sir.
Hayes, was it? Right to Mark.
The newly minted Texas Ranger quickly gets a crash course in all aspects of his new position. In the new republic, land surveying is one of their most important jobs.
With the rapid influx of new Americans, you needed surveyors to come in and survey and map the land, to establish property boundaries, and to facilitate legal land ownership.
But not everyone in Texas believes the land is up for grabs. Frontier Texans are caught between two powerful opponents: Mexico, which seeks to reclaim Texas, and the Comanche, who dominate a massive territory that stretches from the southern plains all the way to northern Mexico.
It's all right. He's just watching.
What for?
He knows we're a sign of things to come. He's Comanche. Don't matter how many lines Mexico or Texas draw on a map, Comanche goes where he pleases. From the Great Plains all the way down to below the Rio Grande. Brave men. Tough, too.
Think there's more?
Oh, yes, indeed. Just around that bend, you best believe it.
Hayes and the Comanche will soon come to know each other as both intrepid and formidable opponents. In the meantime, the Rangers must confront other threats on the Texas frontier.
Jack Hayes and his ranger companies, they face a number of things out in the field. Horse thieves, cattle thieves, bandits.
After Texas establishes its independence, it's the Mexican government itself, sometimes allied with bandits, who participates in these raids to try to disrupt the emerging Texas economy or to reassert territorial claims north of this new and still admittedly fuzzy border.
Watch him. You're okay now. Them others give you much fight?
Not much.
He told us where his friends are. I reckon we'll bag them too soon enough. Good work, Sergeant.
Sergeant? Sir?
Yep. And don't say no, because I already put it in my book. You're a good man, and the men respect you. Keep your powder dry, Jack Hayes.
During his first years with the Rangers, Hayes establishes a reputation as a skilled fighter and a dedicated leader in the making. And it's that reputation that soon leads to rapid promotion to the rank of captain.
Hayes set himself apart very early on as a leader in that. He was willing to go that extra mile to pursue at all costs. It was the most Texas Ranger thing anyone could have ever done at a time when most people didn't even know what the Texas Rangers were.
By the early 1840s, hostility between Texans and Comanches has only continued to rise. In his new role as captain, Hayes' #1 mission is to confront the Comanches. No easy task. A band of Comanches have been raiding settlements in South Texas, some 50 miles from San Antonio, and Hayes has been tasked with stopping them.
Comanches.
It's just 2.
There will be more.
Flacco, you and Pete circle around to the other side of that thicket and wait. The rest of us will flush them out. Let's get across that creek!
One of Hayes' main allies in his conflict with the Comanches is Flacco, a chief among the Lipan Apache, a tribe at war with the Comanche.
Flacco's a well-known fighter who by some accounts goes into battle wearing an old army officer's coat. And he joins up with Jack Hayes, and a very interesting sort of friendship and partnership sort of comes out of this.
Flacco and Hayes enjoy a close bond. Flacco even gives his friend a nickname, Bravo Too Much, in recognition of Hayes' tenacious courage.
Drawing us into the timber was the only chance they got.
Which is why I want to flush them out. We'll push them through the brush, towards you and Pete.
Captain Jack.
We'll try it my way. You two, with me. We'll picket the horses, moving on foot.
Get ready.
The Comanches have retreated into a thicket, a tactic they commonly use to lure enemies into an ambush. And this time, Hayes charges head-on into their trap. Texas Ranger Captain Jack Hayes has led a headlong charge against a group of Comanche warriors.
He had no fear. He would charge into encampments, into thickets, into numerically superior foes without a hesitation.
But against a foe like the Comanche, boldness comes at a cost.
Fall back! Get more horses! Gillespie! Help me with Chase!
Hayes isn't going to leave a man behind. But while he tries to rescue one ranger, the Comanches wound another.
Stay low! I'll get you both out.
Against overwhelming odds, Captain Hayes now has 2 men to save.
It becomes an iconic scene in Texas history. With 2 men wounded in the thicket, Hayes will flee from the trees. And rather than staying there, he grabs another weapon.
Hayes retrieves a double-barrel shotgun. Most pioneers and frontiersmen, they like a rifle. They like having that distance and that range and that accuracy. But at close range, a double-barrel shotgun with a heavy charge of powder and shot is absolutely devastating.
While Hayes rushes back into the fray, the rest of his men, including the Lipan Apache chief Flacco, grow increasingly worried about their captain.
Something's wrong.
Captain said to wait.
Hayes is outmanned. He knows the Comanche will rush his position at any moment.
Captain, what do we do?
I can still flush him out.
So he decides to beat them to the punch.
Captain, don't. Wait!
Hayes' aggressiveness, or some might say his recklessness, got him into this situation. But now it might be the only thing that gets he and his men out of it.
For Flacco, the waiting has become too much to bear.
Jack's in trouble.
Flacco, where are you going?
Flacco and Hayes have a real bond. And even though Hayes told him to wait and hold back, Flacco knows that his captain needs him.
Don't move! Flacco,
Take care of these 2. I'm gonna check on Gillespie and Jace.
As the smoke clears, the Rangers manage to capture 2 of the Comanche.
So that was quite a feat. They had 2 captive Comanches to bring back from this fight, and mainly because he was brave enough to charge into the forest and fight almost one-on-one.
How's the leg, Gillespie?
Hurts, Captain. I'll be fine to ride tomorrow.
Hayes' daring wins the day, but it easily could have turned out differently.
Won't you have something to eat?
You Americans eat too much. It makes a warrior too fat.
Doesn't seem to hinder me none.
I've seen your courage. You're a great chief, Captain Jack.
But too much bravo. I know. You've told me that before.
Your Rangers could be mourning you right now after what you tried today.
But they're not.
Will you raise a family someday?
The notion's crossed my mind. Haven't let it linger.
I'm sure some here, even those we killed today, all have had such dreams. But I'm sure you prefer to die with honor on the battlefield.
It's not about the glory for me. I just want a 10. Maybe that's why I get so impatient.
You should fight smarter if you want it to end. And if you want to live long enough to raise a family. If not for that, fight smarter for them.
At times, Hayes would unnerve even the best of Rangers with his own daringness to go right into any situation. Flacco often said that Hayes seemed to have a special charm about him, not only for being so brave, but to do the things he did and always come out without being killed.
The fact that Hayes has survived the encounter with the Comanche is nothing short of miraculous.
The Comanche were amongst the most formidable warriors, really, in human history.
By the early 1840s, there's little that stands in the way of Comanche dominance in Texas and throughout the southern plains.
Every male, from the time they could walk, learned how to ride a horse. It gave us mobility. In battle, it gave us the ability to attack and then run, hit and run. We were known as the greatest light cavalry in the world.
Hayes understood that if the Rangers were going to be an effective fighting force, they needed to be well trained in the ways of the Comanches. He learned their tactics, he learned their fighting techniques, and he also learned their boldness, how being aggressive at all times was a key to success.
After several successful scouts together, Hayes and Flacco's trails eventually separate.
It's been good riding with you.
And with you, Captain Jack. But it's time I saw my family again. You're a brave man. Remember what I told you. I'll be seeing you, my friend.
Safe travels, Flacco.
Flacco knows that on the frontier, time is precious. And at any moment, it could be taken away.
Is Flacco.
Flacco was murdered near San Antonio in 1842, and the circumstances of his death are mysterious. The killer or killers were never brought to justice.
One of the great tragedies of Hayes' life was the death of Flacco. This was a terrible blow to him.
According to one account, when Hayes discovers Flacco's body, he's identified by this blue Army officer's coat that he liked to wear, that he sort of took a lot of pride in. Unfortunately for Hayes and anyone that knew Flacco, that death goes unsolved and unavenged.
Two years after Flacco's death, Hayes commands a newly formed company of Rangers. It includes frontier veterans like fellow Tennessean Robert Gillespie.
Gillespie was sort of a model ranger. He was engaged in frequent combat against Mexican foes and Comanche. He was an excellent horseman and an excellent shot.
Nailed it. Dead center.
Thanks, Captain.
Not bad, friend. As long as your opponent holds conveniently still, you'll be quite formidable.
Hayes is also joined by a well-educated native of Maryland named Samuel Hamilton Walker.
He's the same age as Jack Hayes. According to some accounts, he's fought in some of the early wars between the United States Army and tribes in the American South. We might even consider him something of a soldier of fortune.
Walker just escaped a Mexican prison. Came right here. We're lucky to have him. He's one of us.
Hayes's men also receive a new weapon, a gun that will change the American frontier forever, the Colt revolver.
All right, I want each of you to get acquainted with a new sidearm.
Colt, just like yours, Captain.
Texas Navy didn't have much use for him. We do.
The Colt Patterson held 5 rounds, and although it was primitive by modern standards, it was an absolute game changer in the West.
The Rangers will soon have a chance to put their new weapons to use. On June 1st, 1844, Hayes and his Rangers leave San Antonio on a mission to scout the Texas Hill Country near the Pedernales River, on the lookout for a massive war party of Comanche and Kiowa raiders.
They're scouting out near the Llano and the Pedernales Rivers, not too far from present-day Fredericksburg. This is rugged hill country, pretty dry, creek beds, rolling hills, rough, rocky terrain.
At a creek 40 miles outside of San Antonio, Hayes finds evidence of the Comanches they're hunting.
Seems like ripe country for an undertaker.
Comanches sure like these iron arrowheads. We best send out scouts. This is a big war party.
But soon, they learn that the Comanches have been hunting them. Captain Jack Hayes and his Texas Rangers are searching for a band of Comanches. But the Comanches have found them first.
What you think?
Oh, well, I think Mr. Colt could make a fortune if he made these to shoot 6 shots instead of just 5.
Captain! Captain! We got a problem. Comanche, on the warpath. Kiowa, too.
Saddle up. Prepare to fight.
One of the Rangers spots Comanches on the prairie beyond them. They give the alert to Captain Hayes, who tells his men, let's get ready.
The Comanche know exactly where the Texans are and make it clear they're not afraid to fight Hayes' small band of Rangers.
Ain't that many, Pete? I say we charge up there and right now.
I reckon there's more in back of this ridge waiting for us to make a wrong move.
Never stopped you before, Captain?
Yeah, well, I've grown up some. Call them right. Single file.
Hayes knows the Comanche prefer an ambush. He knows they're trying to draw him into the forest, into the thicket to fight, and he's not sure how many he's facing.
Hayes is aggressive by nature, but his experience has taught him caution.
The Comanche attempted to draw Hayes into attacking them, and Hayes, being a very strong commander, kept his command very disciplined, and they didn't fall for the trap.
Not yet. Waste our lead now and they might rush us. Let's move forward, towards those trees. Jump!
After failing to lure the Rangers out with decoys, the Comanches reveal their full force.
As it turns out, there's about 60 Comanche and their allies facing 15 Rangers. So they're outnumbered 4-1. Not very good odds, 80 or more miles from any civilization, anybody else that could come to help you, even if they could.
Severely outnumbered, Hayes knows his only hope to win the battle is to dictate how it's fought.
If we're lucky, we can flank them.
Knowing the higher ground gives the Comanches a tactical advantage, Hayes continues to maneuver into a battleground of his own choosing.
Rangers! Forward!
Up until this point, the Comanches have been taunting the Rangers. They had a certain amount of contempt for the Rangers. They'd been in many fights with the Rangers, and maybe in a case-by-case basis, they recognized them as sort of tough men. But as far as the Comanches were concerned, they were the top dogs. This is a seminal fight between Texans and Comanches.
He uses a flanking maneuver. Now, he's got some pretty good tactics there, and he's got a special weapon this day that the Comanches know nothing about. What they do is they get the Comanches flushed out to a point where they can fight, and Hayes and his company engage them with their single-shot rifles.
Hey, halt! Halt! Prepare to fire! Aim! Fire! Drop your rifles!
Jack Hayes seemed to have a natural grasp of tactics, of terrain, and how to use a new technology like the Colt Patterson revolver effectively in battle. He was not a trained military man, but it seemed to be a very intuitive thing for him.
Charge!
Now there is no turning back. Hayes has to put the new revolvers to the test and take the fight to the Comanches.
Drop your rifles!
Texas Ranger Captain Jack Hayes is leading his men into battle against a Comanche force 4 times their size.
Charge!
Hoping that their new Colt revolvers will make up for their lack of numbers.
So, using only these single-shot guns, they keep exchanging shots with the Comanche until most of the Rangers have fired all their rifles. Seeing this, the Comanche chief orders a charge forward, but at this point, they've got a surprise.
In most of the battles up until that point, the Comanche always had the advantage in firepower. They were very proficient bowmen, shooting upwards of 10 arrows in 5 seconds at their best, and very long lances. The Comanche strategy at Walker Creek is to goad the Rangers into attacking them, surround them, and finish them off.
Regroup! Fall back!
The Comanche recover from the initial charge of the Rangers and regroup for their own attack.
The Comanche have a massive force that includes Kiowa, even a few Shoshone. Hayes has got about 15 men, and they've got a good number of these Colt revolvers.
Go countercharge. Try to hit us on the flanks.
Hayes and his Rangers get to the trees in the better cover, so now they've got to sort of make their stand right where they are. But still, it's 15 men against many dozens of Comanche.
But the Comanches totally anticipated the Rangers having single-shot weapons. They never anticipated these men being armed with upwards of 20 shots apiece.
The Rangers' revolvers may have evened the odds, but the Comanches still have a manpower advantage and a fierce determination to fight.
It would be accurate to describe the fighting as a kind of a scrum. They're swirling around. Some are on horseback. Some have been either knocked off their horses or deliberately dismounted.
The Comanche, some of them are armed with firearms. They're dispatching a lot of arrows, which, of course, is a very painful wound and a slow death if you're mortally hit with an arrow like that.
Left flank! Look out!
Among the casualties is Texas Ranger Peter Four.
After the initial charge by the Texas Rangers, the battle devolves into a series of very intense one-on-one skirmishes. This fighting is very personal, it's very intimate in a way. Texas Ranger Peter Four is killed. It's extraordinarily bloody. Men are fighting on foot, they're still fighting on horseback, they're taking cover wherever they can. It's an incredibly chaotic battle.
When you get into combat like that, there's three things that help you survive. One, your training. The other thing is your adrenaline. You have a sort of a disregard if you get hurt or not. And the last thing that makes you survive combat is luck. Not being at the right place at the wrong time.
Let him have it!
Several of the Rangers were run through with the Comanche lances, which were 14 feet in length. They were usually tipped with a knife blade, and they were pretty effective in that close range battle.
And in the chaos of battle, one Ranger's luck is about to run out.
Walker, look out! Let him have it!
Captain Jack Hayes' Texas Rangers are locked in combat with a larger force of Comanche warriors. And Ranger Sam Walker is about to be blindsided by the enemy.
Walker, look out! Sam! Ah!
Here, drink this. Press your hand against the wound. Hold it.
I'm okay. It's a long way from my heart. Just guts is all.
Ammo?
I can reload. I'm good. You can go on.
Good. Plug anyone that comes running up on you. Well done.
Walker is safe for now, but the battle is far from over.
By this point, some of the Rangers have been hit, one of them fatally, but the Comanches decide to fall back. They've been badly startled by this Colt repeating pistol that the Rangers have.
Where's Pete? He's dead. How's the arm, Gillespie? But I can still fight. But Cap, they're coming back.
The Comanches are regrouping. You know, Hayes isn't the only one who is recklessly brave.
The lead flying at them was at a volume they've never really experienced before. But they believed if they charged the Rangers' position, they could finish them off.
We're not out of the woods yet. How's everyone doing on ammunition? Almost out. All of us. Reload if you can. This is it.
Exhausted, outnumbered, and running out of ammunition, Hayes and his Rangers prepare to confront one final Comanche charge.
Anyone that still has a horse, mount up! Give me one more good fight! Move out!
Armed with their Colt revolvers, the outnumbered Rangers have stood their ground. But the massive Comanche force still shows no sign of retreat.
Let's go!
The Comanche rallied. The problem for the Rangers was that they had expended almost all of their ammunition. And so when the Comanche rallied for a final charge, the Rangers were in pretty dire straits. They didn't have much ammunition to fight off this final charge with.
Anyone still have a rifle?
I do.
Shoot the chief, the one in the middle.
Hayes makes a pretty bold choice. He tells one of his men, aim at the leader of the war party, shoot him.
I think it's a reflection of Hayes' tactical mastery, that he knew what needed to be done to blunt that last charge. He knew that they were going to be wiped out, and this was kind of a last roll of the dice for them.
Now, as the Comanche prepare for another charge, survival may come down to one man and one bullet. In the midst of a desperate fight in the hill country of Texas, Jack Hayes and his small company of Texas Rangers are in the fight of their lives against a massive force of Comanche and Kiowa warriors.
Anyone still have a rifle?
I do.
Shoot the chief, the one in the middle.
Now, as the Comanche prepare for a final attack, the fight may come down to the iron nerve of Jack Hayes.
Let me take that shot, Bob.
I can do it. Half an arm and I'm still the best shot here.
And the steady aim of a Texas Ranger and his single-shot rifle.
Hayes told Gillespie to take a shot at the Comanche chief. In Comanche warfare, a lot of the luck and good fortune of a war party was considered to reside in the chief or the war party leader.
Remarkably, despite his injury, Gillespie's aim is true.
Ha! You got him! Good shot. Hold! It's finished.
Gillespie shot the chief, and that took the fight out of the Comanche. They took their chief's body and fled the field because, in their belief, they had lost the fight.
Saddle up. Head back to camp.
We didn't have like a chain of command, and that hurt us. The leader, if something happened to him, we were leaderless.
Against overwhelming odds, Hayes has won a battle that will be immortalized in Texas Ranger lore.
Easy.
Sam Walker was badly wounded. Hayes believed that he would die from his wounds. Therefore, on his battle report, he called it the Battle of Walker's Creek.
I still got a couple of scores to settle down in Mexico, and I don't want to die on that trail down to San Antonio.
Good luck, Walker.
Captain Hayes?
Walker will survive his wounds, but the battle bearing his name is a major turning point in the fight for the Texas frontier.
Walker's Creek changed the tactical doctrine of the Texas Rangers, and it marked the end of the battlefield dominance of the Comanche. So it was a small battle with very big consequences.
Walker will eventually help design the first true Colt six-shooter, which in time becomes an indelible symbol of the American frontier.
That Colt revolver was going to be the gun that won the West.
It changed the nature of American arms forever. It had a significant impact on battlefields far into the future, not just in Texas or even in North America, but around the world. So the Battle of Walker's Creek, militarily speaking, is a very significant event.
Think they got any fight left in them?
Today? No. Tomorrow? You bet.
They're a brave lot, ain't they?
They sure are.
The lavish report that Hayes wrote of the battle, praising his own men and also praising the Comanches, because he really respected them and their incredible bravery.
For the Comanche, the coming years will bring tremendous change to their way of life. Still, the warrior tradition will live on, with generations of Comanches serving in the military in both world wars and beyond.
One was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, which is right below the Medal of Honor. And there are 1,994 of us that have served with honor. And out of that 1,994, I would say half of them, or maybe even more, are combat veterans.
For Jack Hays, the Battle of Walker's Creek cements his legacy in Texas and throughout the American West.
You want to be a ranger, huh?
I can handle it. I'm ready.
It's interesting that Hays is known primarily for his role with the Texas Rangers because it really only made up a very small part of his life. He would move west to California during the gold rush.
And in fact, he became quite well known there. As a politician, he was well respected in California, but he was kind of fabled in Texas. And he'll always be known as, you know, the original Texas Ranger, the true Texas Ranger.
Fire! Jack Hays establishes the reputation of the Texas Rangers. He makes them into really an immortal law enforcement agency.
Charge! Yeah!
In time, they really became the most famous law enforcement outfit in all of Western history.
John Mullen came to the mountains of Washington Territory with a dream of building roads to open the frontier to Americans heading west.
Move forward!
But instead, he's found himself on the front lines of a war against the combined tribes of the Columbia Valley.
Cover! Cover! Charge!
The young lieutenant commands a group of Nez Perce scouts on a high-risk mission to clear a ridgeline of enemy warriors.
Return fire! Stay down!
Mullen is an untested battle leader.
Stay in cover!
And as he tries to get his scouts to fight as a unit, the very fate of the northwestern frontier rests in his hands. John Mullen isn't a household name, but he plays a crucial role in fulfilling America's destiny.
Mullen's a soldier, he's an engineer, but his real spirit is of an adventurer. That's what makes him so successful in the West.
When he arrives out west, he has the opportunity to do something important. In a way, he sees himself as completing the unfinished business of Lewis and Clark.
Mullen is really smart, and he's also really ambitious. In the tradition of Lewis and Clark, of Fremont, he's a great explorer. He sees himself as the road builder that's going to open up the fabulous West to the rest of the country.
Before Mullen can make a name for himself as a road builder, his courage and fortitude will both undergo an extreme test on the frontier. After graduating from West Point, newly commissioned Second Lieutenant John Mullen heads west for the first time.
John Mullen immerses himself in the journals of Lewis and Clark. He becomes fascinated with the American West, and he wants to take part in that dream.
Despite being technically an artillery officer, he came out west to build a reputation, and the way he was going to do it was to be part of something much bigger.
Governor Stevens. Lieutenant John Mullen, sir, reporting for duty. My orders.
At Fort Union in modern-day North Dakota, Mullen reports to Isaac Stevens, one of the most important men in the Northwest.
In 1853, President Franklin Pierce appointed Isaac Stevens to be the first territorial governor of the newly created Washington Territory.
But Stevens isn't just a politician. He's also a leader in the most ambitious expedition since Lewis and Clark.
The discovery of gold in California changed everything in the American West, and it became essential now to build railroads. And so almost immediately, plans were put into motion for 5 railroad surveys to find the best possible route. Isaac Stevens was placed in charge of the Northern Survey.
Oh, Lieutenant Mullen. Artilleryman, I see. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of cannons out here. But your training in topography will come in handy. We need officers that have more than map-making skills. We need men of vision.
Sir, settlers will be seeking new lands. They need men like us to build a route, to show them the way. Daniel Boone did it. So did Lewis and Clark. Now it's our turn.
Well, let's see if you last a week out here before you go out doing Lewis and Clark. Sergeant, we'll see about your billet.
Sir.
Mullen's whole experience with the frontier has really been in the fantasy of his mind, reading stories from Lewis and Clark from 50 years earlier. It's not until he gets to Fort Union that he realizes that the West is a very real place, and he's about to see how real it can get.
A former member of the Army Corps of Engineers, Stevens assigns Mullen to a series of important surveys he oversees in what is now Montana. The coming months will offer Mullen a crash course in the splendor and hardships of the frontier. Stevens' expedition sets out from Fort Union on a nearly 400-mile trek to Fort Benton in modern-day Montana.
Mullen has always had a keen eye for the landscape. He's always been interested in nature and studied the land, but now it's his job. And when he sees the Rocky Mountains for the first time, it's almost a religious experience for him.
Incredible.
Awe-inspiring. I'd say so.
I mean, I read about the Rocky Mountains, but no words can describe what it is to actually see them.
I'm not sure I can do them justice.
Meticulous work. I imagine even more so once you have the time.
Gustavus Sohn was a U.S. Army artist. Sohon's task was to provide a visual record of the surveying activities of the expedition. Sohon's images are quite beautiful and help to establish in the minds of the masses just what splendors might await settlers were they to venture west.
Shall we ride on, sir?
You go. I got some more notes I want to take.
As Sohn makes his sketches, Mullen takes meticulous topographical notes of the landscape and soon manages to impress his new mentor, Isaac Stevens.
Lieutenant, I'm impressed with the level of detail I'm seeing in your reports.
Stevens is almost immediately gratified to learn that he absolutely made the right choice. Mullen is certainly the man for the job, so that affords Mullen a degree of independence, unusual for a man at this stage of his career.
Good work.
Mullen's early months in the West are something of a dream come true. But for Mullen, the dream is about to become a nightmare. Impressed with Mullen's work, Governor Stevens tasks the young lieutenant with his first independent command.
John Mullen will lead an expedition from Cantonment Stevens near present-day Stevensville, Montana, to Fort Hall in Idaho. Mullen's task is far more than just finding an easy railway route through this treacherous region. He also has to find a wagon route that will run alongside where the rail will be, because you can't build a railroad unless you can supply the workers and bring in materials.
Specimens for our friends at the Smithsonian. They'll want mineral samples from this territory, and the more information we have on the geology, better suited we'll be to build a wagon road.
This land was really not very well understood, as would have a topographer creating maps and taking scientific information. It was significant not only for the future railroad, but just for science in general.
But because the expedition starts late in the year, cold weather begins to affect Mullen's progress. Enthusiasm soon gives way to desperation as his men begin to struggle against both the cold and limited supplies.
It's not an ideal time of year to begin a sort of prolonged exploration through the mountains. And yet they don't really have any other choice. Isaac Stevens needs to make sure that he can present to the Congress of the United States a plan for building a railroad.
Under the conditions, tensions begin to boil over.
Gabriel, help me with this measurement. Lieutenant, we have to keep moving.
Gabriel Prudhomme was half Cree, half French Canadian. He had experience as a guide and as interpreter for a number of Catholic emissaries across the American West. So he ends up providing him valuable information about the landscape, information that wasn't necessarily forthcoming from Native American guides.
We have a mission. Gabriel, wagons might be able to make it up this grade, but they will have to do so without added weight. Sir, it will be dark soon. I have a duty, Proudhome, to survey these mountains. Now, if I do not record the gradient of this measurement, how will I recommend an effective wagon route? The men? You have a duty to them, too.
This is one of the first moments in his life where he has a reality check, when he recognizes that he doesn't have to solely look out for himself. He's responsible for the livelihoods of a large company of men.
Men, I know that you are tired and hungry. Let the promise of a good meal at Fort Hall keep you warm. This is my last measurement. Then we can make camp.
Mullen has to balance the well-being of his men with the demands of his job and his own innate curiosity.
This becomes a real test for Mullen. He's so fixated on living up to the standard that he promised Governor Stevens. His fixation, his drive, it's certainly one of his greatest strengths, but it's also one of his greatest weaknesses.
Despite the value of Mullen's scientific findings, he can't ignore the cold temperatures and the hunger of his men for long.
Gabriel, look. Salvation. Maybe they have meat to share. Let's approach cautiously. So, do we have any tobacco to trade with?
Mullen and his men are cold, tired, and hungry. And just when things seem to be at their lowest, they see a lodge in the distance. It offers the promise of warmth, of food, respite from the cold. It's like seeing an oasis in the desert.
Strange, out here all alone?
What Mullen thought might be a lifeline turns into an immediate threat. Young Lieutenant John Mullen's expedition is cold and starving.
Look, Salvation.
But when they stumble across a Bannock lodge, Mullen finds that they're not welcome.
Keep your heads down.
Du n'y volant, aucune mal!
Prudhomme is the logical choice to try to parley with this Bannock woman. He won't be perceived as a foreigner in the way that someone like Mullen or Sohon will.
Nous avons une table à échanger.
Many of the tribes that Mullen dealt with had been ministered to by Jesuits, and so they were used to speaking French because that was the language of the Jesuit priest who they were working with.
She says no trade.
But as Prudhomme discovers, Mullen and his men aren't the only ones suffering.
This woman was home by herself. Her family was out hunting, and she was really just trying to protect what was hers.
In order to survive, Mullen and his men will need to find food and shelter, and fast.
What keeps Mullen going is his mission from Governor Stevens. This cannot be his last expedition. He's got something to prove. No matter bad weather or being low on provisions, he's got to make it to Fort Hall.
As night falls on another miserable day,
Sohon.
Mullen and his men come to a small outpost.
This can't be Fort Hall. Whatever it isn't on the map. We have no food. Maybe they can give us shelter. Otherwise, we won't make it to Fort Hall. Tell the men we're moving on.
After the encounter with the Bannock woman, Mullen isn't taking any chances, no matter how hungry he is.
Mullen was in desperate need of a break, and he'll get one when they find Richard Grant.
Richard Grant had retired from the Hudson's Bay Company at Fort Hall and moved to a place called the Cantonment Loring. Grant had a reputation as being quite a jovial and friendly guy who welcomed company.
Captain Richard Grant, at your service.
Lieutenant John Mullen.
Please come in. I've got more than enough food and warmth for you and all your men.
Thank you, sir. Your generosity couldn't come at a better time.
Grant's hospitality saves Mullen's expedition. Despite the difficult ordeal, Mullen completes his mission and makes his report to Isaac Stevens.
It was a tough assignment, Mullen.
There were times I thought I'd come close to failure. We nearly starved, honestly. I thought I'd almost let everyone down.
Look, you identified 2 routes through the mountain, and you kept your men alive. That's no small feat.
Thank you, sir.
John, you've proven yourself to be a dedicated soldier and surveyor. But that's the kind of man that's going to help build this nation.
I'll do my best to honor your trust. I am determined to find wagon and railway routes from Fort Benton across the Continental Divide.
With that kind of determination, I believe you're right. Now go get some rest.
Mullen was extremely successful in those explorations that he took in 1853-54, and they were some of the most significant explorations of the American West that were ever undertaken. The report itself really confirmed Stevens' belief that he had picked the right guy to undertake these important explorations.
But if Mullen's first assignment was difficult, his next project will be more than he ever bargained for.
Stevens now believes that it is Mullen who has the ability, the drive to lead the construction of a military road that will go from Fort Benton all the way to Fort Walla Walla.
This is more than just building a road. This is really Mullen's chance to become one of the great engineers in America's great migration west.
We got a long ride ahead of us. Lots of ground to cover.
But this time we don't have the cold to worry about.
Sure, there'll be plenty of other trials. When we finish, immigrants from Missouri will be able to cross through these mountains and make it all the way to the Pacific. Finally get to build our road. It's good to see you again, old friend. Let's make history together.
Mullen and his expedition set out from Fort Dalles to Fort Walla Walla. There, they will employ men for the road project and officially break ground. But they haven't traveled far when startling news arrives from their destination.
Lieutenant Mullen, sir. Dispatch is from Colonel Rice, sir.
Lieutenant, what is it?
An attack on the Army. We're at war.
The U.S. Army has recently suffered a debilitating defeat at the hands of the Columbia Valley tribes. And if Mullen continues his expedition, he and his men will surely meet the same fate. Lieutenant John Mullen has barely begun his road-building expedition when he's halted by news of a bloody battle.
An attack on the Army. We're at war.
The Courier brings Mullen a warning about a state of increased antagonism between the American government and various native tribes who believe that certain lands are theirs by treaty, but are going to realize very soon that a new Army road is going to go right through those territories.
We have no choice but to return to Fort Dalles.
And the road project?
It'll have to wait.
The territory that was once peaceful is now brimming with tension and hostility.
Men, prepare to leave in 20 minutes.
You heard the lieutenant. Mount up!
The establishment of the military road was first expressed as being a benefit to the tribal nations, but ultimately our leadership understood that it was going to bring more of that transformation of our landscape and transformation of our way of life.
A war is brewing, and Mullen has no choice but to put his project on hold and return to Fort Dalles. But Mullen will soon get a new assignment from the man charged with restoring peace in the Columbia Valley.
Colonel George Wright is the commander of the 9th Infantry Regiment. It's his job to essentially assemble the military force and lead it on an expedition to put down this uprising among the Columbia River tribes.
This is the route we'll take to the Spokane Plains. Tribes will probably be waiting for us there. Yakima, Monterey, hundreds of warriors.
Not familiar with the region, sir. But if I can scout ahead with the Dragoons, I can identify the best military routes.
Well, it would be depending on you and your scouts. Take detailed notes as far as the best routes across the creeks and terrain. Might even be useful for your road one day. Remember this, Mullen. This is a military campaign, not a construction project. Understood?
Mullen's going to serve as a topographical engineer for the expedition. This means he's going to create maps, and he's going to scout ahead and help the Army find its route as it makes its march to its eventual confrontation with the warriors.
As part of Mullen's assignment, he is given command of a platoon of Nez Perce scouts.
The scouts would often go out and reconnaissance the whole area to see if there were enemies about.
Mullen and his scouts set out for an area known as Four Lakes, where the enemy warriors are believed to be gathered.
John Mullen has been an Army officer for several years, but he's never actually been in a fight in his life. And now he's been put in command of a group of warriors. And there's probably a sense that he needs to prove himself to these scouts that he's in command of.
Near the Snake River, they spot Yakima warriors. And Mullen orders the scouts to take them captive.
Don't move! Weapons down, weapons down. Easy, easy, easy. You too. Easy.
It's very out of character to see Mullen pursuing this warrior into this river. He's not the impulsive type. He's always cool and calculated and collected. But he's now at the helm of 30 Nez Perce scouts, and he wants to prove to them that he's not going to order them to do anything that he wouldn't do himself.
Don't move!
Mullen suddenly finds himself in the fight of his life, and he has no way to defend himself.
Don't move!
On the march to war, Lieutenant John Mullen is in a life-or-death struggle with a Yakima warrior, and he could become a casualty before even reaching the battlefield. The fight is a draw. But it's a victory for Mullen's reputation to the Nez Perce scouts under his command.
Even though the warrior escapes, Mullen is seen sort of as a pretty tough hombre to these warriors and comes away with a little bit more respect in the eyes of his scouts.
Oh, it's the first time I thought living on the frontier might actually kill me.
I don't know what you were thinking, Lieutenant. But you sure made an impression.
But the scouts aren't the only ones who see something new in John Mullen.
What's going on here? What was that shooting?
A prisoner, sir. He escaped.
It's Mullen, right? Let's get that wound looked at, Lieutenant. Let's go, Private.
Have a seat, Lieutenant.
One of the officers who's central to Colonel Wright's plan is Brevet Major William Greer. He's a seasoned officer in the 1st Dragoon Regiment, and he also has the distinction of having quite a bit of experience on the frontier.
It's all right. You're lucky didn't brain you.
They just stood there and watched. But then they cheered. Major Greer.
They didn't know you. Warriors need to know what kind of man is leading them into a fight. Now they do. Proved yourself worthy, at least for today.
Amongst the Nez Perce people, the leaders of warriors had to be proven in not only their leadership, but also in their ability Observing John Mullen in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy warrior had proven to many of the Nez Perce that were present that he was a man of a certain ability in the field of battle.
There was nothing like this in Lewis and Clark's journals.
No. They had their struggles. The greatest was leadership. To do what they did, chart the unknown. Lewis and Clark had to find something within themselves. So will you. They're brave men, these scouts. What they look for in a leader isn't taught at West Point, and it's not the rank you wear. It's on the inside. You find that, Mullen? These men follow you into whatever it is that's coming.
Mullen walks away from his near-death encounter with more respect from the men under his command, but nothing can prepare him for the fight still ahead. Within days of Mullen's fight in the river, the Army closes in on an area known as the Spokane Plains.
Colonel Wright is really waiting on the Columbia tribes to make the first move. And Wright tells his men to be ready for anything. Now, John Mullen understands that when the time comes, he may be the one responsible for initiating the fighting.
But the time for battle comes even sooner than Mullen anticipates.
Lieutenant.
When the soldiers wake up that morning and they see hundreds of warriors on the high ground, it's a pretty intimidating sight. They're essentially taunting the army. They're inviting them to bring on a battle.
Either we found them or they found us.
Lieutenant John Mullen came to the Northwest to build an important road through the Rocky Mountains. Now, he finds himself facing what could be an epic battle for the destiny of the region.
This would have been a very amazing spectacle to behold, as much of the intent was to confuse and to intimidate the enemy that beheld you at that point.
The Columbia Valley tribes have given Colonel George Wright the clear signal. It's time to fight.
Lieutenant, move your company up.
Yes, sir. All around these ridges are massive numbers of warriors who are basically like, well, bring it on, let's fight.
Sir, you sent for me, sir.
Mullen, what's over that ridge?
Scouts say a grassy field, sir.
Have the infantry push against the center of the ridge. Have Greer and the dragoons go on the left. Head for the field. Take your scouts and move up on the right. Hit their flank. You need to push them off the ridge and into the field. We'll encircle them.
Wright is going to launch a three-pronged assault against the warriors on the high ground. He's going to send John Mullen and his scouts to the right flank. The infantry under Wright's command is going to move up into the center. And over on the left, Major Greer and his dragoons are going to sort of do a flanking maneuver. And the idea is that all three of these parts of Wright's forces are going to close in on the warriors, push them off the hills, and trap them in the plains behind the high ground.
It's very important that you hit their flank and hold your position, Mullen. If you don't, they can sweep around us, capture our supplies, take our camp, kill our teamsters. You have your orders. Move!
It's very important for John Mullen to succeed in his mission of leading these scouts into battle. It's the only way he's ever going to build his road, and it's the only way he's ever going to secure his own destiny, and it's the only way he's ever going to play a role in the civilization of the Western frontier.
Well, my friend, it seems this may be my crowded hour of glory. In case I don't make it back. The latest reports from Governor Stevens. It may very well be you that finishes our work.
John Mullen graduated from West Point. He was highly trained, but this is really his first battle. There's really nothing that can prepare him for what's ahead. So there's a lot at stake in this engagement. His road is certainly at stake, but even more than that, his reputation.
Lewis and Clark, they dreamed of a path through these mountains. I believe one day that we can make that a reality.
Move forward!
With his own future and that of the frontier on the line, Mullen enters battle for the first time, leading his scouts up the right side of a ridge. To his left, regular Army soldiers also fight their way up the slope.
Cover! Cover! Charge!
But the inexperienced leader soon loses control of his command.
Cover! Down, men! Return fire! Stay down! No! Stay in cover! Stay down!
As Mullen is moving up, his attack starts to unravel. His warriors kind of want to go off and do their own thing.
Unlike the trained military soldier and officers who were directly commanded to do certain things upon the field of battle, Nez Perce warriors would follow their own intuition of how they were engaged into that specific action.
In combat situations, you find yourself under incredible duress. Your body will prepare for that. Your heart rate will spike, your blood pressure goes up, your emotions intensify. Some people really power up in a situation that's fight or flight like this, but other people shut down. It's really sensory overload.
Tom! Stay down! Stay down. Hold! Hold, men! Reload! On me, men!
In this baptism by fire, Mullen's leadership is put to the ultimate test.
Regroup, move forward! Stay low!
Mullen's got to keep them all together, because if he doesn't keep them all together, his attack is going to collapse, and the whole battle may fall apart at that point.
Men, prepare to fire on my orders! Fire! Men, advance! Forward!
As bullets whiz and whip through the air and hit trees and hit other people, Mullen is finally able to sort of get control of his scouts. They realize that they've got to keep moving forward to take the high ground and push the enemy warriors back.
Halt! Skirmish line on me! Tend to those wounds, dress him! Men, reload!
But Mullen may have taken control too late. And if he doesn't clear the ridge soon, the battle will be lost.
Forward!
Lieutenant John Mullen and his Nez Perce scouts have to help the army take control of a ridge from determined Yakima warriors.
Skirmish line on me!
Or he could lose his first battle and any hope of building his road.
Men, reload! Prepare to fire on my orders! Return fire! On our left! Move, move, move! You two, reload! Go, go, go! Left flank! Fire! Full company, reload!
Mullen is able to get to the top of the hill, where they engage in some pretty intense rifle fire against the enemy warriors.
Form up, men! Form up! And fire! Charge! Come on! Come on!
With his entire future at stake, Mullen pulls off the impossible.
Mullen wasn't entirely sure that this was a battle he could win, but because of his efforts and the efforts of his scouts, it allowed Colonel Wright to press forward with his dragoons and ultimately win the Battle of Four Lakes. But after this grand victory, the first thing Mullen does is make topographical notes, planning for his proposed road coming in the future.
Well done, Mullen. We've got them routed.
Thank you, sir. But it was all their doing.
Well, I'd say they know a fine leader when they see one, Lieutenant.
This battle plays a central role in crushing this uprising by the Columbia River tribes. It also plays an important role in John Mullen's efforts to get that road project started again and kind of resume this effort. It's going to be all about helping to bring people, settlers, and civilization to the Pacific Northwest.
A year after the Battle of Four Lakes, John Mullen finally fulfills his dream of building his road.
Mullen begins construction at Fort Walla Walla in 1859, and by 1860, in just an absolutely amazing engineering feat, he's completed his road to Fort Benton, over 600 miles.
The road and the millions of people it brings to the Pacific Northwest will be John Mullen's ultimate legacy.
John Mullen, he never started something he didn't finish. And it's pretty hard to understand the history of Montana, Idaho, and Washington without understanding the legacy of that highway that John Mullen left behind.
John Mullen is part of a generation that really cements America's Western expansion in its fullest form. We see the Pacific Northwest brought into the fold of American life in a way that really changed the region forever.
John Mullen sees himself as an empire builder, and he's correct. His road is going to be the great entree point for the immigrants coming west. Not only will it eventually become the route of the Northern Transcontinental Railroad, it'll eventually become a freeway in the 1950s. So this is the beginning of the end of the frontier west, and he plays the critical role in that great enterprise.